and perhaps consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks so much.
Instead of Rumble.
Okay. So no copyright?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, Monday can be when we don't worry about that stuff.
Okay.
And now, back to the video. So, just why has Trump taken this approach? There are, in fact, several possible answers. First, and most obviously, there's the argument that this merely marks a robust new approach to dealing with America's drug problem. With overdoses surging, a forceful response plays well with Trump's political base. Indeed, despite the legal and constitutional issues raised, the attacks have proven popular amongst Republicans, and even many Democratic voters seem to approve of the tactics. But there appears to be far more to the attacks than this. Most obviously, it does in fact appear to reflect another example of Trump's efforts to expand presidential power. By securitizing drug trafficking in this new way, it seems he's trying to accumulate extraordinary powers in the name of protecting national security. Meanwhile, given Hegseth's apparent obsession with lethality and power projection, portraying drug traffickers as narco-terrorists not only legitimizes the use of military force, but also allows him to blow up drug boats in dramatic televised clips that project the hard man image he desperately craves. It also sends the message that the United States answers to no one and will not be bound by international law. But while all this may seem to be plausible reasons for what we're seeing, there also appears to be another rationale. Many believe that the operations aren't only about drugs and power projection. The escalation of the US military presence near Venezuela, coupled with Trump's evident hatred of the country's Maduro regime, suggests a broader agenda that seems deliberately designed to frame the Venezuelan government as complicit in drug trafficking and thus open the way for more intense action. In other words, the escalating war on drugs may in fact be a prelude to regime change, a topic I'll come back to in the next video. In the meantime, whatever the underlying reason for the attacks, this new phase of the war on drugs raises worrying questions. While the United States has previously violated international law, not least of all when it invaded Panama, this appears to go much further than previous actions. On top of everything else that's happening in the United States, it marks another step towards the subversion of basic principles of the rule of law and democratic governance. But it may also have far wider consequences. Leaving aside the arguments that it may yet be a prelude to US military action against Venezuela, the US strikes represent the erosion of fundamental international norms. By attacking foreign vessels in international waters, the US is not only normalising the idea of extrajudicial killings and abandoning fundamental principles of justice, but it's also opening the way for others to follow suit. And it's for all these reasons that the dramatic resecuritization of the war on drugs is so dangerous, not just to the United States, but far more broadly. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting.
Well,
thanks so much for watching. And
500 Russians living in Latvia.
Fucking yeeted from Latvia. I have had these stories for a minute. That's why I'm going through these ones initially.
Latvia have been told to leave the country after failing to meet new residency requirements. The law, introduced after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, requires Russian citizens to pass a basic Latvian language test. The rules mainly affected older residents who have lived in Latvia since the Soviet era, but never learned the language. DW's Grigos Szymanowski sent this report from the Latvian capital, Riga.
Inside an Orthodox church, Galina Nikolaeva reflects on her uncertain future. She has lived in Riga for more than 6 decades, but she is now considered an illegal resident.
I haven't received a pension for 3 months already. It's to make me leave. I've been worried, even waking up at night, thinking about what might happen to me.
The 74-year-old is a resident of Latvia but holds a Russian passport, and she has not fulfilled the new residency rules.
This is the letter ordering me to leave
They're
Latvia.
deporting a babushka.
She was ordered to leave Latvia by mid-October but stayed. The order followed her failure to apply for the mandatory
Leave the
Latvian
grandma
language test.
alone.
Nikolaeva says she avoided it because she had already failed a similar test before.
I'm really tired, and at my age, it's hard to keep taking exams for years. Honestly, if I was 65, I'd still be taking them, of course, but it's just too hard now.
She says she never needed to use much Latvian. 37% of Latvia's residents speak Russian as their native language. The amended law also requires Russian citizens residing in Latvia to pass a security check. But the main hurdle for most of those facing deportation has been the language test.
Despite their historical connection to this territory, these people are citizens of another country. In this particular case, they are citizens of the Russian state. And they had ample time to prove their language proficiency to remain here. Everyone was given the opportunity.
Some 30,000 people were affected by the new rules. Most of them passed the language test and kept their residency status. Around 2,600 people left the country voluntarily. Several hundred, who unlike Nikolaeva applied for a test, have been given an extension before facing expulsion.
Most of these people are elderly, and even if they can speak and understand the language, they often can't write correctly. So people try to pass the Latvian exams 2, 3, or 4 times and fail the written part.
People aged over 75 are exempt from the language requirements. Nikolaeva is 74. She was born in Uzbekistan and moved to Latvia with her parents when she was 7.
I've lived my entire adult life in Latvia. And of course, it turned out that Latvia is my homeland. I've always loved it very much. I studied here, I got married here, my daughter was born here.
The authorities say they will decide on each case individually.
Okay.
Nikolaeva says she hopes for leniency.
It's very nice to live here. That's why I want to stay here.
She says having never lived in Russia, starting over there would be too hard for her now.
Never.
For more on this, I'm joined now by DW correspondent who filed that
she was
report,
newsflash.
Grzegorz Szymanowski. Good to see you. I guess
So, what I'm gathering is that she was a Soviet citizen,
Yeah.
and they're lumping in the Soviets with Russia. That's very
I
interesting.
guess so.
I'm not in favor of this. Targeted deportations of Russian sympathetic people, I can understand. Granted, it's DW, they're getting this one example, it's one story. But, like, I doubt that she's the only
Yeah.
person like this that's being impacted by this. I imagine many ex-Soviet people might be considered Russian. It's kind of interesting. I never thought about that as an issue.
the first question, are we going to see mass deportations of Russian citizens from Latvia?
Well, the Latvian government says no. They are stressing the fact that the majority of those affected complied with the regulations and that many people left voluntarily. They are now only talking about possible individual deportations. In fact, the Latvian Prime Minister has acknowledged that there have been some questions from Latvia's Western partners about this step, and that this case is also used by Russian propaganda. The Kremlin has used this case to claim discrimination of Russian speakers in Latvia. And so right now, Latvia says that it will be checking each case individually, and it also, at the same time, says that the law will not be reversed and that those who don't act upon it, they will have to leave the country.
Right. Mother tongue is not just a problem in Latvia, but why do some Russians living in Latvia still not speak Latvian?
Yeah, that's a good question, and we need to go back in history to World War II, when Latvia was occupied and annexed by the Soviet Union for the next 50 years. And in that time, Russians were encouraged to settle in Latvia, and Russian became the dominant language in the public sphere. It's only after the re-establishment of Latvian independence in 1991 that Latvian became the sole state language. However, Russian remained widely spread, widely used, and many Russians didn't feel the need to learn Latvian as they lived in the Russian-speaking communities. So it's been only after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 that Latvia has decided to push this group to learn Latvian more decisively than it did in the past.
And what's the scale of the situation, I guess? How big is the Russian minority in Latvia? And what's the current situation when you take that in regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Well, the Russian minority in Latvia is quite big. The ethnic Russians make up 25% of Latvia's population, which is only 1.8 million. So it's a small country with a big Russian minority. Most ethnic Russians, they are Latvian citizens. They know Latvian and they are well integrated in the country. However, many, and especially those who don't speak Latvian, many do feel this cultural affinity to Russia, and it's been a source of tensions, especially after 2022 when Latvia moved to limit Russian culture. It has banned Russian state media, it has destroyed some Soviet-era monuments, and this has led to tensions with this Russian minority. Some of its members say they do feel alienated and discriminated against. However, Latvian authorities, they say that all these steps are necessary for social cohesion and national security.
Grzegorz Szymanowski, great to get your input. Thanks so much.
I think this is one you sent me.
Under green cliffs runs a winding channel, disturbed by a lone navigator, a man striking forward in a canoe meant for 3. The 8 companions with whom he set out have been abducted by pale and bearded men, armed with radiant weapons and shields. The man reaches his village, tells them of the ambush, and then rallies a war party for the counterattack. His people are native to the land. Long ago, their ancestors abandoned the Eurasian landscape, braved prehistoric seas and the tundra of mammoths, and settled deep into a world hitherto untouched by humans. As one age passed into the next, the bridge between the 2 hemispheres was broken, and each half of the planet diverged in mutual ignorance of the other. Millennia bore witness to the cyclical death and birth of great empires, peoples and languages, prophecy and faith. The Vikings of Scandinavia, having ravaged Europe and established outposts on Iceland and Greenland, have just interrupted tens of thousands of years of hemispheric estrangement. They promptly kill their 8 Native American captives. This small band of Norsemen are led by Thorvald Eriksson. His brother Leif earlier made landfall on the American coast, but failed to encounter any native inhabitants. Now the swarm of indigenous canoes comes into view. The Vikings gather to their ship for cover. A staccato rain of stonehead arrows beats against their raised shields. After some time, the siege ends, and the indigenous people paddle away. But a fateful arrow protrudes from the trembling side of Thorvald Eriksson. He asks his men to lay him to rest in this foreign soil, with a pair of crosses at his head and feet. After the captain's final orders are carried out, his men return to the American settlement founded by Leif Eriksson, and return to Greenland in the spring.
Who?
But soon
Leif
there
Erikson.
is another stir.
Is that a Navy guy?
distant toll of iron and plumes of listless smoke.
That-
Dragon boats cruise
that
along
name
the water's
sounds
edge. A man
Semi-familiar,
called
like I've
Thorf-
heard it in Civ or something.
He's the
Is he a
first guy.
great admiral?
No, he's the first guy to just land in America.
Ah,
He might be a great admiral in Civ.
I swear the name sounds familiar.
Finn Karlsefni has reached the Leif Erikson settlement, along with a party of nearly 70 settlers, Christian and pagan alike. It seems divine favor has blessed these seagoing people with a beached whale from which to feed.
Check this out.
They settle warmly in their sod houses for the long winter.
Ready?
Hey everybody, it's Leif Erikson Day! Hinga dinga durgan.
That's almost definitely going to get copyright hit.
It wasn't on there long enough.
One
I don't
day,
think
out of the
so.
spring woods, people appear. Although frightened at first by the Norse bull, they soon open their packs to present warm pelts from the local fauna and gesture toward the Norse weapons. Through guarded and fumbling attempts to communicate, Karlsefni makes clear that he will not trade his iron weapons. Instead, he offers the milk of their livestock. The Native Americans take delight in the strange beverage, trading all of their pelts for it. Then they disappear again. Karlsefni orders his men to build a palisade around the settlement. The people return in the fall in greater numbers, with more pelts. In the tense reunion, one Native American attempts to take an iron weapon, and a Viking strikes him dead. The other Native Americans flee, but Karlsefni anticipates retaliation. He sends out his Norse warriors to lure them into the forest, and then they ambush them. Tomahawk and arrow meet axe and shield. The Vikings scatter the Native Americans and leave a number of them dead in the woods. Karlsefni's expedition remains at the settlement for the winter. Then they load their ships with American grapes and pelts and depart. This story comes directly from the Saga of the Greenlanders, one of two Icelandic sagas that record the Viking settlement of Greenland, Leif Erikson's voyage to mainland America, and the Viking expeditions to the American lands they called Markland, Helluland, and Vinland. The other, called the Saga of Eric the Red, tells this same fundamental story with important differences. It combines the expeditions of Thorvald and Karlsefni into one, and records a massive battle in which Native Americans kill multiple fleeing Vikings, who are, in turn, only rescued when the brave woman Freydis scares off the Native Americans by beating her exposed breast with a sword.
Alright.
Both sagas are the products of oral histories, probably first written down in the early 1200s. Each is clouded by medieval folklore. Corpses reanimate to give prophecies, and disembodied voices guide the explorers. In Eric's saga, Thorvald is killed when a one-legged creature shoots an arrow into his groin. These stories are the relics of the closing of an age. As Viking clans coalesce into kingdoms and the Scandinavian settlements on Greenland are abandoned, and the old tales of a short-lived quest to a western land are resigned to a compendium of rumor and fable, to be told around the hearth or carried far by the traveling merchant. It's in Italy around 1340 that a monk relays what he's heard of Markland. Further westwards, there is another land named Markalada, where giants live. In this land, there are buildings with such huge slabs of stone that nobody could build with them except huge giants. However, no sailor was ever able to know anything for sure about this land or about its features. In 1492, the Vatican records that no news has come from Greenland, that country at the end of the world, in 8 decades. Christopher Columbus reaches the Bahamas that same year. Scholars are left to doubt that the Vikings ever reached mainland North America, until in 1960, archaeologists in Newfoundland discover mounded ruins. Excavations will resurface sod houses, an iron forge, and chopped wood recently dated to the year 1021. Here, the contemporaries of the Erikson brothers and Karlsefni may have traded with indigenous people and launched expeditions possibly as far south as Maine or New York. But after a handful of years, the mighty Vikings abandoned their colony. mysteriously retired from their efforts to expand their domain westward in a bountiful country. A tentative mapping of their expeditions reveals that the Norse had likely met the ancestors of the Beothic or Dorset Native Americans, a people whose resistance may have been the death knell for these first European settlements in the Americas. Thus reads the saga of Eric the Red. Although the land was excellent, they could never live there in safety or freedom from fear because of the native inhabitants. So they made ready to leave the place and return home. If America had been spared the wrath of the Vikings, Europe hadn't been so fortunate. When I watched Vikings, Merchants, and Explorers from Magellan TV, I was blown away by both the brutality inflicted on Europe.
Yeah. This one.
You're likely to die a decade or so earlier than most other regions. Why? Well, if you look at deaths from natural disasters, at first, it sure doesn't explain it. I was really surprised to see that deaths from natural disasters are going down, with climate change making these disasters
remember I was
so
like,
much worse
I was talking
and
about
so much more expensive.
It's how like hurricanes and climate change kill people.
That is what it is, yeah. I thought I watched it myself. We must have watched it on stream.
Yeah.
All good. Hassan legally can't China.
Hassan Piker cannot China. We're going to get into today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge.
Oh, yeah,
First up,
this
Andrew
is one of the
Esquire,
ones
American
I saved when I was like, this looks like a bad version of Legal Eagle.
attorney living in Asia, actually living in Asia. And we're going to talk about Hassan's near arrest in China and the legal reasons and...
Okay, don't care.
Wait, go back! I want to hear about this, what this lawyer thinks.
Practical reasons why he will never relocate there or could never relocate there and actually operate as a streamer doing what he does in America.
I completely disagree. He's not going to do what he does in America. He's going to take CCP paychecks and become a white monkey. Like, why wouldn't he? It's probably better money.
It's not about the money. He's intrinsically addicted to streaming.
Oh, no, I know. I'm saying that, like, if he was to go to China, it would be as a white monkey. It wouldn't be as a streamer. He wouldn't relocate to China to stream to Twitch. But it's like, you are correct, but he's also addicted to consumption, which China would suit him in that sense. You know, they love all their rich shit.
Now, this is something of both legal and personal interest to me as someone living abroad. I've lived abroad for 6, going on 7 years now.
Like the girl that I'm seeing at the moment keeps telling me about how all like the luxury shops and shit essentially live off Chinese students, because they're all like the people here that don't give a fuck about money, that come here, that buy these nice cars, that drive around as students with all these nice cars, CCP connected. You know, it's like exactly the kind of shit that Nepal went through. You know, she's showing me pictures of the CCP officer kids and like government people kids living it the fuck up overseas. But I guess they don't have the exposure.
That's normally how it happens.
Yeah. But I guess because China has so much control over information, they're not going to have a Gen Z uprising like it has been around the world. Maybe they have seen it. Maybe there are rumblings. I don't know. But just kind of interesting.
And as someone looking at this LARP that he is doing in China, which is something that a lot of influencers are doing nowadays, they are oftentimes paid by the state or the provincial government to actually take these tours and trips. And seeing that even on this trip, which is carefully guided, carefully manicured.
I think Okay, I agree with you that it's a snake. I think it's like a hippo or like a carp stuffy on top of a chair.
Okay. That's a good guess. It does kind of look like a chair, but it could be shadows.
It kind of looks like a carp.
Super
but the nose is
pro
not
propaganda.
carp-like.
Yes.
Even during
You know
this
what I
trip,
mean?
he makes
I
a
see where
slip
you're
up, he
coming
makes
from.
a mistake, and it shows you how American streamers can really only do what they're doing from America. So we're going to get into that today on the show.
Hi. I'm Australian.
Of course, I've got a PP for you, a PowerPoint, why Hassan cannot.
Like,
oh boy.
Literally doing the same thing.
Oh boy.
In Australia.
He assembled a PowerPoint.
Oh my God,
China.
I'm so fucking excited.
So of course this involves our favorite streamer Hassan Piker, who has had no small deal in terms of his recent controversies. Collargate not going anywhere anytime soon. Those memes will last forever on the internet. But this isn't about Collargate. We're indeed moving on a little bit farther east. Now here we see Hassan Piker in an interaction with Chinese police. So what happened was he made a meme. There was a meme of Hassan that was propagated involving him as Mao Zedong, and obviously the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, does not take too kindly to the memes. They are not a people of the memes. They don't have the same meme culture as America, and indeed memes can get you in big trouble if they offend the state. So in fact, during this interaction with police, this was taken offline. His stream was taken offline for a while as he was lectured by police on what not to do and to do. Obviously, he crossed a line there. And think about
knockoff.
This is a
Legal Eagle. Would you say that they don't have the memes of production?
Not living there. That is literally there as a spoiled Nepo baby on a likely state-sponsored tour, going around seeing very carefully manicured, guided things. And even during that, he managed to have an altercation with police. Even during the few days he is in China, he has an interaction with police. So we're going to get into it from the perspective of someone like myself who actually knows a lot about China and the people in China, the culture in China, the laws in China. And we're going to talk about why he will never actually be there. Because things like this would not just happen once, but would quickly land him likely either detained and just disappeared for a while or deported from the country very, very quickly. And part of that is his Islamist support. And this is something that people don't recognize in America, because oftentimes Hassan gets away with the very simplistic analysis of America and the West are bad, everybody else good. And while that can work for 39 IQ people in the United States who want to follow Hassan Piker and just go rah, rah, America bad, over here in Asia, geopolitics is a little bit more complicated than a pea brain like Hassan.
Rah, rah, ooh la la.
Can actually
What's your
comprehend.
bad romance?
Fact, the relationships in between countries are very, very complicated. For example, Hassan has strong support for Pakistan, and especially involving the Kashmir issue. Strong support for that, strong support for the Islamist movements there. And in fact, he went on record here and saying, and I'll make this even more clear, talking about India, they've been doing this for 30 years. We have to get blood. Now, in America, we've talked about statements regarding to Charlie Kirk that likely can get people potentially put in jail, or at the very least reported under OSHA legally and get them ejected from their jobs with no issue there. It's even worse in China. If you think that that is a bad thing in America, and you think getting fired from your job over saying someone should be assassinated is too far, and that's something you think is extreme, well, guess what? In China, the rules are even stricter, and companies are far more stringent on what you say on social media than over here. And one of the things that people don't realize is, yes, while you can say America bad, America West bad, everybody else good over in America.
That explains a lot to why those Chinese agents that work for the state media conveniently definitely see what I say to them, but only selectively reply to a few things.
America, when you move over to China, things...
I'm very mixed on it. I'm not sure what to think.
You can tell he's a total fuckface.
Yeah, like I got that from the whole Islamist thing. but it's very
generally in
interesting.
Asia, things are more complicated. There are countries that have anonymity toward each other, even complex relationships, but yet still need to maintain a social face, right? A public appearance of an amiable relationship, right? Saying, hey, we get along here. We're going to do business, even if we have some beefs, even if we have some disagreements, even if we take different tracks, we're still going to remain friendly and amiable. And this is something that Hassan simply cannot
amicable.
do. He simply cannot do an analysis deeper than these people are fundamentally evil and they're wrong and everything they do is bad.
He's
and,
not wrong.
well, these people are good. That analysis
it's
doesn't
easy
work.
to be right about how Hassan couldn't stream in China.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, the way Hassan analyzes things and the way he completely fails to apply the same standards that he applies to the US to China. Fails entirely.
Yeah, because he's a propagandist.
Yeah. Which I wasn't aware that he said that. But now it makes so much sense.
In Asia, and certainly wouldn't work in China, whereby India, the largest trading partner of China, you don't want to go out there and necessarily promote that. And beyond that, his broad support of Islam.
Well, that's also why China probably doesn't advertise that they are Israel's third biggest buyer.
You know, I haven't looked, but you know who I haven't seen jump on this yet is Ethan Klein.
Seriously? That's very odd. You'd think he'd be all over this. I would expect a fascist rant from him. Very interesting.
He might. We'll see.
He might be building it.
Yeah, it might be.
Maybe
later.
he was like us, waiting for the Li Jingjing interview.
I don't know. He's kind of he's moved on a lot from Hassan. Like, it's more of
finally
everyone around Hassan who supports Hassan. So he'll like mention Hassan, but his main targets are other people who are actually like more abhorrent and actually fucking anti-Semitic and shit.
Yeah, well, that's the important part there, isn't it? Because I don't think Hassan is an anti-Semite. I think I can safely say that.
Yeah.
However,
Ethan also thinks Sam Cedar is an anti-Semite because of
that's fucking hysterical.
The conversation that they had where he was misquoting Hassan and twisting the situation about the dog walker and what it was called catcher.
That was a very good video where Sam went in with Ethan. I think it was necessary, but also like, did it work? I don't know. Hard to say. I'm gonna say no. It probably didn't work. Fucking Keith.
Islamist movements is a problem when you have things like the...
I'm bored of this guy. Next.
Yep. Oh, you think this guy's going to be better?
Streamer Hassan.
No. But at least Robbie's easy to mock.
Piker stirred up controversy online while on a trip in China. Piker and his group were attending the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square in Beijing on Tuesday.
The famous ceremony is attended by tens of thousands of people every day. During his live stream of the event, Piker said the whole thing was unusual to him, as he described himself as not being a patriotic person. Let's watch.
What makes it interesting for me at least is like seeing so many people from all around the country literally travel here just to see this.
That part is insane. Look how many.
Like I just don't. Like I'm not.
That it's performative.
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any. Yeah, for America, but just in general.
Look at those surveillance cameras. Look at that shit. That's fucking crazy.
I'm not like a very, I care about people,
Yeah.
There's like 10 cameras on that
So
fucking
for me,
thing.
it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Earlier in the live stream, Piker's crew were stopped by police.
Can we go back to look at what he was wearing there? I low-key love it. Like, what is this? The traditional Chinese...
The cheap out.
Men's robe? Is that what it's called? The cheap
No,
out?
that's the
But,
women's
like,
one. It has the same thing, like the cross
with
thing.
the Adidas stripes on it. Like, it's an Adidas, like, tracksuit, but it's also, like, the traditional Chinese. I fucking love that shit. That's fucking awesome. Also, for some reason, maybe it's the turtleneck. His head doesn't look ridiculously small for his body.
Lamau. It's definitely the jacket.
Yeah. So for me, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Earlier in the live stream, Piker's crew were stopped by police at the event and were instructed to put away the film they were using to record.
Piker.
The broadcast then went offline for a few minutes, but when they returned, Piker brushed off the incident. He acknowledged that there are, in fact, limitations on live streaming in China, but said, quote, "It's not as bad as silly Americans imagine it is."
Piker was ripped by conservatives for downplaying the incident and for his comments about not being patriotic. Right?
Can we go back to listen to fucking homosexual Macaulay Culkin's laugh transition?
But when they returned, Piker brushed off the incident. He acknowledged that there are, in fact, limitations on live streaming in China, but said, quote, "It's not as bad as silly Americans imagine it is."
Piker was ripped by conservatives for downplaying the incident and for his comments about not being patriotic. Right-wing influencer Isabella DeLuca wrote on X, "Son Piker says in China, I don't have..."
Who? Let me look her up.
Right-wing influencer. Nazi. Hi, Robbie. Those are called Nazis.
Isabella M. DeLuca. Never seen this. Bible quote in the bio.
What's wrong with the Bible?
Well, American Christian. You tell me.
What's wrong with Christians?
Oh, look. Her first retweet is
God
a reply
saves.
to Jake Shields.
Okay. Now we're making a connection that matters.
Okay. We've got...
That's like a good example of someone who, like Ethan, has been focusing on more, is Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian.
Interesting. Let's keep looking.
He said he actively argues in the DMs with Dan Bilzerian.
That's hilarious. Okay. Britain has the highest number of rapes in Europe, with Sweden a close second. Meanwhile, countries like Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary reports some of the lowest rates. I wonder what changed, is what she posted. I think we're getting a pretty good picture of who this person is. Hashtag trad. Lamau. This person. Okay, let's see what she has to say.
So because, and he was so popular amongst Gen Z, yes, because he ran on left-wing populism, but also because he has aura.
Okay, hey. Copyright stuff.
I'm
Fuck
getting
you.
it.
Not least, I present to you thirst trap number 3.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Enough.
Christ.
Get rid of this lady. It's all copyright shit. We see it. She sucks. Goodbye.
I don't have any patriotism in my heart for America. Okay, stay in China then. And popular ex-user Drew Pavlu writes, Hassan is literally pro-CCP. He's defended the...
We did it! Congratulations, everyone. Hey, have you seen our interview with Drew Pavlo?
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. He talks about foreign influence a lot. It's very
It's before
funny.
October 7th.
Yeah, right after
Fascinating
he became
interview.
a foreign influencer. It's very interesting. And it, like, you can see the difference between his mannerisms between now and then. He's definitely getting paid.
The Chinese Communist Party in his live streams dozens of times. Hilarious. Yeah, I think this is a fair enough. I mean, he is just so disparaging of our great nation and any infringements on his precious liberties, and which he should be disparaging of infringements on his liberties. But then he's in China, I'm sorry, I don't care what the left thinks about this, a much more repressive country than ours. And I don't really think you're the kind of progressive...
Currently, it's probably about the same.
Oh, come on.
To be honest. On, like, the police level? Absolutely.
Well, that's the thing, is the only thing that people ever can fucking really argue on is the fucking American justice system and how many people we imprison and stuff.
And even then, most of those people are against capital punishment but support China. That's my favorite contradiction.
You know, like, for actual democracies and shit, like, damn, it's hard to think who's more abhorrent than America.
With
and
actual
I like
democracies.
imagining that they're all on the same power level.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Like,
we're doing a per 1 in 1,000.
Yeah.
You know, analytical
So
thing.
what metric are we using? Just policing?
Oh, just in general, like, you know, rounding up people and deporting them.
Well, yeah, well, right now that's
apart.
Right now it's
But,
pretty.
Like, that said,
Japan.
America's immigration policy before Trump came in is better than most of Europe. Like, America had, before Trump came in, one of the most open immigration policies in the world. So that's the thing, is just while it is breaking families apart and stuff like that, the issue is, like, in Europe, you may have less of this breaking families apart type stuff, but it's because people aren't allowed to make a family there to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So while in theory it's like, oh, it's whatever, we're getting more in line with the rest of the world, you could say that argument, right? But just like how the rest of the world doesn't give USAID, and Europe has also pulled back their funding, like, that causes the current situation to deteriorate and for people to die.
Yeah.
Like, that's bad.
Not to mention other influences filling that void left by America. And it's not going to be pretty.
To deny that, so I'm not actually going to fight very much here, but you know that there are people who do, and they literally tell him to stop filming, and he doesn't care. If anyone in America told him to stop filming, or like a cop tried to say, you know, no, he would go ballistic, which is fine, which he should. We can all be object to, you know, that kind of censorship, but then China, it gets shrugged off. Maybe it gets shrugged off because he doesn't want his streams taken down there or whatever. There's I don't know, but it's a very...
There you go, Robbie, you figured
I
it
get
out.
annoyed by that.
Congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
I'm not someone who feels like a need to be like rah patriotism all the time either. That can be a cover for actually bad foreign policy ideas, as we learned in the aughts. But when you're then downplay the harms of a much more repressive regime, then I start to feel a little patriotism twings at my heartstrings.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
It is, well, it is
What's
fair.
that about being a
I
twink?
agree with you more about the China element than about the patriotism.
China
I would defend him a little bit on what he said on the patriotism, because the right-wing commentator portrayed it as purely sort of anti-Americanism. And to me, what he seemed to be saying was he's just not one of those people who is demonstrative in a sort of flag-waving sense about patriotism. And, you know, I would largely share that. I mean, before I came to this country, when I was living in Ireland, I wasn't one to wrap myself in the Irish flag, or I've always disliked St. Patrick's Day, for example. So I can understand people, excuse me, who just, their view of patriotism is different from that. Where I have more common ground with the position you just laid out is that I do think historically, on the very hard fringes of the left, there has been a propensity to romanticize regimes or nations purely on the basis of them being opposed to the United States. And so, you know, obviously the Chinese Communist Party is one example of that. Years and years ago, I remember being at covering as a journalist some very left-wing event in New York, and that guy, Ramsey Clark, he was like an assistant attorney general back in the Kennedy LBJ days, but then went way to the left. They were talking about North Korea, and it was this sort of thing about, well, it's actually quite peaceful, and don't believe what the media tell you about it. I was like, look, you know, I consider myself, you know, certainly left of center, but I'm not about to be cheerleading for North Korea
is,
or heading over to Pyongyang for a quick tourist trip.
North Korea is objectively peaceful.
North Korea?
Yeah. Like, their military is on their own people. North Korea doesn't have a fucking geopolitical extension.
Yeah, it's
you know what I mean?
Fascist than
like, they are an objectively peaceful country. Turns out, peace is not everything. You know? Like some guy who totally apologizes for cops and didn't denounce Cop City said, something MLK, but sometimes violence might be necessary, so you pull your AK, send them to the cemetery. How's it go?
I think that's the lyrics. Sounds
that
right.
song is the shit.
It's a good song.
It's one of my favorite songs. What do you think would make you lose respect more for Killer Mike? The fact that he's actually a cop apologist and basically pro-police, pro expanding training and funding for police?
Yeah.
Or if he was a Zionist?
A Zionist.
And like a practical Zionist, you know, not like somebody who says, you know, but a lot, instead of just saying Israel can bomb whoever they want. Just that Israel has a right to defend itself, two-state solution.
Is this the lyrics you wanted? A revolution banging on my adversaries. I love Dr. King, but violence might be necessary, because when you live on MLK, and it gets very scary.
It's very scary. You might have to pull your AK, send them to the cemetery. Yeah.
Overworked, underpaid, and underprivileged is the next line.
They love us. Why?
Yep. Because we feed the village. It's a good song.
I think the next line he's calling out Nepo babies.
You really made it, or you just became a prisoner of privilege. You willing to share that information that you've been given? Like, who really
runs this?
Yeah. Who really who they say fund this? Yeah, it's...
Hey, what about Cop City? Who funds that? Mike?
Because I really like their song "Walking in the Snow."
You know, I'm just the kind of person who says stand on your principles, you know?
I agree.
That's why, like, I don't really have anything bad to say about Hassan. Like, he's rarely doing anything that bad or controversial that's, like, worth clowning on.
It's more the rhetoric that we're calling
The
out for
Ethan
him.
conversation around, like, fucking Tibet and shit, that was wild. But other than that...
Yeah. Like, most of the thing we call out
well,
for Hassan is not that
we'll see after
thing.
this interview if what we'll have to say. Anyway.
But this line here, it says, all due respect, if getting spit on is how respect is now defined, hungry for the truth but you got screwed and drank the Kool-Aid, Flavor Aid.
Yeah.
It ends directly at the edge of a mass grave. That's their design. Funny fact about a cage, they're never built for just one group. So when that cage is done with them and you're still poor, it comes for you. The newest low on the totem, well, golly gee, you have been used. You help to fuel the death machine that down the line will kill you too. Fucking goes hard. Like that, great lyrics. But still, isn't outspoken about Cop City, which is training cops in Atlanta in partnership.
Not only is he not outspoken, he's pro-police. It's crazy. You can't call yourself Killer Mike and then be like, actually, the cops are our friends. It's because the Democrats don't care about cops that we have a problem with cops. Uh-huh, bro.
What can you do?
It's actually the Democrats' fault that there's a problem with policing. I'm Killer Mike. You know, I want to say the only
some libertarian
base thing I've ever seen him do is, like, wholeheartedly get behind Bernie Sanders. But, like, man, many other people also did who weren't great.
Or other right libertarian people who, because they're against American interventionism, which I agree with, I'm also against regime change and overthrowing foreign governments, but then there's also a need to say, because the American foreign policy was wrong, then they have to go a step further and say, and the regime over there is not as bad as you think it. No, it's every bit as bad as it was said to be. It's just that it's not a good idea for us to illegally or unconstitutionally interfere in what's going on. I mean, we're going through this right now with Venezuela. The Venezuelan regime is awful.
We're going through
and
this right now
if the
with
people rise up
Venezuela.
to choose another regime, that is their right. All people have a right to choose their government.
Robbie.
They should do that. I don't think we should be overly involved without a declaration of war. And
Stop
I wouldn't
it.
vote for a declaration of war if there was one. But that doesn't mean... And Tucker is doing that. He was making excuses for them the other day. Ben Shapiro brought that up. It was like, he's culturally conservative. Who cares? All dictators are culturally conservative in that they shoot their political rivals. I mean, if that's what conservatism is, we don't want to be associated with it. Yeah. So then you just get yourself into this very...
God, I fucking
well,
hate
actually,
him.
it's not so bad. Or
Get your face in the fucking
the grocery stores are.
zone, bro.
You the nice one.
I remember some of this back. I'm showing my.
Oh, they're showing you the Hanoi Hilton.
Right. I mean, I remember years ago these debates happening in advance of the Iraq War, where there were some who were the most opposed to the war, who were like, well, Saddam, like Saddam Hussein was a terrible, terrible person and a terrible, terrible regime, and I thought the best.
We didn't accidentally overthrow the Abraham Lincoln of the Middle East.
Right, exactly. And in fact, there were some people on the left, I mean, Christopher Hitchens, for example, who was...
I was just about to fucking... In my mind, I was going, here we go, Christopher Hitchens, and I should have said it.
And, unfortunately, what happened was not a big success by anyone's standards. But I understand the argument, and I did not at all take kindly to arguments that seem to sort of minimize Saddam's awfulness. So that can be a danger. The point about also getting back to Hassan Piker, who I would defend in some ways, but the fact that it's in Tiananmen Square, a location synonymous with just the worst and grossest elements of sort of human rights violations and repression. That
actually, the massacre happened outside the square.
Free Hassan Piker's dog. That's the. That's
dog gate, although I know what you're talking about.
Was it? Next! At,
get him out of here!
Have told me
get the fucking comical cane.
Australia is helping China build missiles and nuclear weapons. A shocking bridge collapse, and Hassan Piker gets an unexpected surprise on his visit.
Just go to the Hassan Piker bit.
China News
the less we see of this asshole, the better.
Welcome to China
fuck you, fuck your cult.
Socialist
you Flavor 8 sipping bitch.
The pylons did not go deep enough, and they weren't strong enough. So do all those CCP will get ya. Oh, we're screwed. Word.
Okay.
Missiles and nuclear weapons. A shocking bridge collapse, and this week's China News social here lately.
Was that the beginning?
A lot of attention for his shocking behavior lately. Yes, I did go there. So did he.
Oh my God! Already.
Tables have turned.
Already, we got Doggate.
Bullied by Chinese police.
Or Collargate.
Piker was live streaming in Tiananmen Square, praising China and criticizing the U.S. when Chinese security officials saw him hold up a Chairman Mao meme on his phone. They immediately pulled his entire crew aside and asked to go through their phones. Looking for Xi Jinping Winnie the Pooh memes, I'm sure. Of course, Piker is a supporter of the CCP, and it would seem that hasn't changed, because afterwards, he attended a flag-raising ceremony in front of the Tiananmen Square.
No, he was there for the flag-raising.
Kit.
Yeah.
Why do you have to be allergic to actual details of the fucking story, bro?
Of like how they are perceived, or how much like the anti-Chinese propaganda exists out there. We're white, so as foreigners in China at this like national event rather than an international one, he thought he saw something on the phone, like he thought we were like making a mockery. You know what I mean?
Yep, the security saw their race and were worried that they might make China look bad. Total justification to stop them and go through their phones. Best country in the world, right there. And speaking of things China is totally best at, China has had yet another embarrassing engineering failure, this time with the 758-meter-long Hongqi Bridge, which collapsed mere months after opening.
That's all he had to say?
I guess is better than weeks after opening? Progress?
Wow.
Luckily, police had already closed the bridge after cracks were noticed on the
Bros,
surface.
nothing but disappointments.
Besides,
all right, let's see this
I was
interview.
surprised. So I think that's what we're gonna get for now.
Popular.
Okay,
no.
This might be the same
No more Robbie.
Oh yeah.
I want to watch the interview.
Yeah, we'll get there. This is Hassan talking about this.
这是什么呀？他录个视频。你是他导游？没有。这是什么？道夫。OK。啊，我是他导游啊。还得过来，稍等一下。是啊，你是导游啊？问问他那个，问问他那刚直播那什么东西。让他拿出来给我看一下。
OK， 要看直播的东西是吗？
对，我看一眼刚你那 photo。
So you want to see the photo?
Oh, I didn't take a photo. 就是刚才他录那个，让他找出来。
So have you recorded anything?
No, not yet. No. 我都看见了。
Yeah, he said he saw.
直播还是什么呀
Oh, I was holding the camera out, but I didn't do anything yet.
还有个手机和那个背景图。
对，拿手机弄一背景。
Do they not? No, they're live streaming?
刚才那个背景。
Are they not disclosing that they're live streaming?
Oh, of my phone?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or like a live show or
Other phone.
Oh. Another.
Please make sure you are allowed to stream in the palace before going. Okay, you guys need to understand something, okay? China is very big, and so is its government. From what I understand, and I'm not entirely certain of this, but a lot of the stuff that we're doing, we're getting checks. Like, we're not, like, we're getting pre-clearance. We're not just
checks
rolling up, chatters. Like,
we're getting
not
checks.
going,
They're paying us.
What's up, everybody?
Is that what he meant?
Hassan,
I guarantee you.
Newsweek,
I
it's not
guarantee
like
you
it's
somebody's
stopped
going
filming by
to
police.
say that. You're going to fucking, what does he call them? Chip clipping? They're going to chip clip them.
In China, what we know. This is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean. This is what's so insane about this. Like, how is this an international incident? It was a brief moment. A random cop came up.
I kind of
thought
agree
that we
with
were around. We talked to him, and it was fine. Why is this on Newsweek? Why is this news? We cannot have a system where a random Twitch streamer such as myself, who has a ton of haters,
You are not a random Twitch streamer.
will then have something happen that gets highlighted to mainstream media. We can't keep doing this, okay? It's especially funny because I have been shot at by American police while live streaming constitutionally protected First
this is
Amendment
what I thought.
protected
Everyone,
acts of
and I've heard talk about this, they're like, and then he said that America's worse. But like, bro, you're not attending a protest in China. Like,
yeah,
everyone's
exactly.
framed this as a much dumber thing than he said. Instead of actually looking at it, which you can then make the criticism of, yeah, you're not at a fucking protest in China.
Yeah. Everyone is wrong. It's great.
free protest and free demonstration in the United States of America. I have been tear gassed in France. I have been tear gassed in America. No news coverage. 1 minute conversation with a Chinese cop outside of Tiananmen Square where there's like a misunderstanding.
I agree with
and
him.
all of a sudden, this is like the worst international.
Like,
incident.
who the fuck
I do
cares?
not understand how this is. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. When cops shoot at you in LA during protests, your haters defend the cops. Since you're in China, it's different. I know, but like, it seems like they're defending China. What is this? The meme that gets seen won't be tough guy wins without lifting a finger.
No,
Do
they're
nothing win. He was wearing
not defending
a
China.
Hongju
They're
uniform,
trying
and the
to
guy
clown on
in the
both
hat
of
probably
you.
thought he was joking.
That's what they're trying to do. And then they go, dog gate.
The pictures in his live stream weren't malicious, but the young soldiers definitely wouldn't be happy to see them, lol. He wasn't arrested by questions. Some anti-China individuals on foreign websites are making fun of that clip. Yeah, I will state this one more time, okay? I will state this one more time for people that don't understand it. I know this doesn't need to be repeated in this community. Obviously, you guys are aware of this. You've been around. But like, the reality of the matter is, briefly being questioned by a cop outside of Tiananmen Square is, you know, it's a unique moment of stress. It happens, right? But like, what is so insane
It's
to me is
literally
that,
like
I'm a person who
the
has
equivalent
had
of getting
altercations
pulled
with
over
American police. I'm a person
and then
who's had
having
altercations
it
with police in European
be international
capitals.
headlines and talk about how oppressive the state is.
I mean, yeah, it is literally the propaganda machine going off. Like, they're using this tiny little incident and blowing it up. Like, this is literally how propaganda works. Like, this is nothing. Like,
But
the
I
fact
think
that
it's
we've
really-
been sitting on this for
I
a week
think-
is insane.
I think there's a Hassan hate industrial complex. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is like a pillar, you know? He is the Charlie Kirk of his domain.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, plenty of people would love to be him and would love to take his place. So,
Certainly would.
and then other people hate his views so much that they'll elevate anything, you know? So you're going to have almost every shitty piece of, like, the political spectrum,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Because, like, there's many people who are tolerable in that spectrum, but then each of that spectrum, there's these little flakes of like intolerable people, all those people are aligned on this. And that's probably why it's so amplified, because nobody cares about China. Even with Trump trying to do the we're against China type stuff, nobody cares. Like, that is not a key issue with his base. The trade war with China and like any of that shit. They don't fucking care. Nobody gives a fuck about China. So the fact that it's gotten so much heat is only because it's Hassan.
Yeah.
I've interacted with cops all around the world. I've gone to protests. I've been tear gassed. I've been pepper sprayed. You know, I've been stun grenaded. Like a stun grenade exploded in my head, like near my head, me and March's head.
In my head?
Los Angeles, in my own backyard.
They haven't thrown any gas yet, but they'll start throwing.
Really?
Oh! Are you good?
And it's so crazy, that brief interaction of like one young...
It was off camera. It might have been close.
Maybe. It would have...
Like, he might have felt it in his head.
Yeah, but how big is the concussive blast of a flashbang? Like, how long... Like, wide does the pressure wave go?
They wouldn't be a flashbang. Flashbangs are super fucking dangerous.
Mm.
They're concussive grenades.
Okay. Well, even then, that's even better then, right? How wide is the concussion ratio? Like the concussive radius, sorry. Because I feel like if you got hit by a concussion grenade and it was close, you would have a concussion.
Isn't the military concussive grenade 10 meters? Or am I crazy? Not concussion grenade.
40 meters? No. Casualty radius is 2 meters in an open area. This is what it says here.
Chinese cop slash soldier, I don't know if he was a cop or if he was a soldier or not, like showing up to be like, what the f***'s on your phone? And like having like a 1 minute altercation has been blown up into this much more significant thing. Like, I've been detained by my own country, man. Like, I've been detained by my own country, my own country's Customs and Border Protection and Customs and Border Patrol. And we're talking about like a cop coming up and being a little
yeah,
adult.
so
what does he say? Hassan, I don't have any patriotism.
It says it can project fragments and bits of the casing up to 200 meters. It's a plastic casing.
Ah. So yeah, the 2 meters is probably... a good one. I'm sure it would still fucking hurt you. Like, physically.
Hang on.
For America while streaming from Tiananmen Square. No, I said I don't have any patriotism.
New hand grenade. This next generation multi-purpose grenade would replace the current M67 fragmentation grenade. It would have some really interesting and much needed upgraded capabilities. It promises to bring the ancient art of hurling a jar of explosives at your enemy into the modern technologically fancy day and age. Before we start, let's watch the results of my field test to see if after being out of the Army for 10 years, I'm still able to throw a grenade 40 meters. Nailed it. Finally made my high school baseball coach proud. It's not my fault we lost the championship. Stop texting me about that, Mr. Potts. It was 15 years ago. The question on all of our minds with this new hand grenade is, what can it possibly offer that's new, and are the features too complicated for someone as dense as me to...
Do you know anything about this grenade?
The M67?
This new one that's coming.
No.
I don't think it's gonna work out. Just like everything with the future weapons program type stuff. The only one that I have said, now that makes sense, is like the Marines abandoning tanks. And like going more into light landing vehicles and landing
amphibious
crafts.
fighting vehicles.
Well, they're landing crafts specifically to because the tanks take too much to put on shore.
Why don't they just do hovercrafts?
That's no. That's what they are.
Hovercraft with a fucking tank gun?
Yeah. No. It's like
God.
It's a landing craft. The hovercraft is too fragile to be an offensive weapon. Yeah, you have the hovercrafts come in with the like artillery and stuff. Because that's the best way to go from sea to land is with a hovercraft.
Although I feel like a hovercraft would be a good way to move mobile artillery rather than a truck. Especially if you're on an island
mobile artillery, and so they're gonna invest in more of like the light. Like I think they might get a light tank or a heavy infantry vehicle, like a super new type of tank.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. It's like I think the Abrams 2 is fine. That's going to go forward. The Abrams needs to be updated, of course. That one makes sense. F-35, obviously going forward there.
Yeah.
But then the smaller stuff, the next generation squad weapon. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the ballistic results.
Oh yeah, it's dog shit.
And I just don't see that going forward. No. Then the next gen handgun. Fucking didn't it kill that Air Force officer?
Oh, is that the one that fires when it drops?
Yeah, it's the SIG. Right?
Might have.
But I believe it was on a guy's desk, an Air Force officer's desk, and it killed him on his desk.
Desk pop.
Yeah. Like it was in a holster laying on the desk. And I don't know if he dropped it down on the desk or bumped the desk or something, but I want to say he was fatally wounded from the gunshot wound.
You're correct. Air Force pauses use of M18 pistol after fatal discharge.
So,
social media post an early report suggests an incident where a sergeant removed his holstered M18 from his duty belt. While the pistol remained holstered and untouched, it allegedly discharged on the table, striking the airman in the chest and fatally wounding him. A highly unusual event where a firearm discharged from within a holster with no physical manipulation of the trigger has raised concerns about the safety of the gun.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. And finally, SIG couldn't get the fucking lie train about how nothing's wrong going.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the next gen Glock that's supposed to stop the switches?
I did not.
It takes 10 longer minutes to modify them now.
Wow.
But technically Glock did the right thing. It allows them to release a new model and stuff, so like it's not their fault.
Yeah.
The gun is that well designed and so accessible. And that's another thing. Is like
horse coming pistols.
Look, I don't want to fucking be a Glock fanboy or anything. Like I do think like SIGs are just fucking cooler.
Okay.
But like
big M9 guy.
Generally when you don't want to drop a gun and have it go off. But I think aesthetically the SIG looks better than the Glock, all their pistol designs. I think the Glock looks like a block of wood. Like it's a fucking Lincoln log ass gun. Fucking it looks like a Roblox pistol. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like why wouldn't they, like, first of all, for the military's purpose, the Beretta is better because you know damn well somebody's going to use the pistol to hammer a stake into the ground, and polymer pistol is not going to fucking keep up. That's why the 1911 and the Beretta have still been serving. Right? Like, I don't see why you would replace the Beretta militarily, and if you were, the SIG is also a fucking polymer gun that they're going with over a fucking Glock.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So and like the Glock, also like the people who get pistols in the military are the people who don't fucking have to train to know how to shoot shit. You know? Don't you want to give them the pistol that's like the best for an amateur to be able to learn on because of how it's weighted with the slide? Like, the Glock is fundamentally easier to use and learn on than any other pistol on the market. Why wouldn't you want to go with that? Why would you want to go with a pistol with people who don't actively train on guns but need to carry a sidearm that could potentially kill them if they set it down on their desk too hard?
Pretty massive flaw.
Like, I don't know what the fuck. And then, like, don't even fuck it. Like, the night vision is fine. I think what will survive is the optic.
Yep.
But, like,
yes,
for example,
yes.
the Marines, right? The way they do their weapons, they buy weapons that are already battle tested and on the market. So right now, the Marines' standard rifle is a 416.
Yeah.
And I believe it's the better version. I think it's a Swiss version of the 416 that's better.
Sure.
The HK.
That's German.
That's the better one.
They're the ones who made it.
But I think there's another one. Yeah. Hey. Australia's got 416s as well.
Yeah, probably the SAS. If I was to hesitate a guess. They're usually the ones. I think they run MP5s too. They might run all HK. I wouldn't be surprised.
General. I don't have any sort of patriotism.
Are you playing yours?
Yeah, hang on. I was trying to figure out. Anyway, my whole rant is that I don't think this grenade's going to be a success for the Army.
Operate. We're getting a manual adjusted fuse timer that the operator can set on their own. You'll be able to custom set the timer down to the millisecond. So if you want to give the enemy a few extra seconds to pick it up and throw it back at you, that's now at your discretion. I always thought it was hilarious that the current standard issue grenade that we use has an official fuse of 4 to 5 seconds. 4 to 5 seconds. Our explosives should be more precise than the instructions on the back of a microwavable pizza bagel box. The biggest upgrade here is that it gives the operator the option to switch between the grenade concussion or fragmentation explosive types with the flick of a switch. Concussion grenades only have a blast radius of 2 meters because they don't send out any shrapnel, as opposed to fragmentation grenades, which have a 15-meter blast radius, sending pieces of metal flying out.
That's what I wanted, because I knew this blast radius thing was in here.
Concussion grenades only have a blast radius of 2 meters because they don't send out any shrapnel.
So that's literally where the AI was
opposed to fragmentation grenades, which have a 15-meter blast radius, sending pieces of metal flying out everywhere at high velocities. After not going outside for 3 months, if either one went off in my apartment, it would be a big improvement. Having the option to switch grenade types on the fly gives soldiers a much wider range of tactical choices in the field. The concussion grenade, for instance, is in the offensive category because they can safely be thrown while advancing on the target thanks to its smaller blast radius. That's something you simply couldn't do with the frag option. Having the two types of explosive choices also makes the grenade safer, because if you're in a situation where you're worried about the blast radius hitting yourself or friendly elements, you can make the explosive less lethal. The US Army hasn't had a concussion grenade at all for 40 years now. They retired their last concussion grenade, the Mark III A2, because it was made out of 50% asbestos.
Marine one,
yes. Apparently that's where all your asbestos went when you removed it from your attic. Whenever we threw those grenades on training grounds.
Okay.
So, but I want to say there is another brand, like it's like, you know, like an American brand that also does a 416, but it uses a completely different system, because the 416 by HK doesn't use the same return system that the AR does. So it's a completely different system, but it's the same AR platform, so it's more consistent.
I don't understand why they would keep the forward assist. Get rid of it.
Sometimes it's useful.
Yeah, so is cocking the gun instead of forcing the round in. You know, clear the jam like a normal fucking person.
We were accidentally poisoning ourselves, so the Army stopped using them, and to avoid all the lawsuits by whatever law firm is trying to sue.
Anyway, we'll never be able to play it with like decent multiplayer support on the PC, but the 416 in Splinter Cell Blacklist is fucking so fun to use. It's awesome. And I want to say they have both types. They have like the one that's the modified one and then the regular one, and you have to buy the modified one on the black market, but it's like slightly better or something.
Okay.
3M with a class action lawsuit. If you're a veteran and you've used the internet at all, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Army is opting for a very different type of grenade design here. The prototype renderings show that it no longer has that spoon clip that has been a staple of the typical hand grenade style for as far back as the M1 of World War I. Improvements since then have included moving to a circular design, which is easier to throw than a pineapple-shaped grenade. We've also been working on decreasing the chances of it making up its own mind on when it wants to detonate. This is thanks to using a more stable explosive called Comp B inside the M67. The next generation hand grenade doesn't have a catchy name for it yet, so for right now it's called the Enhanced Tactical Multi-Purpose Hand Grenade. Put that on a bumper sticker. The top Army science people, yes, that's their official title, working at Picatinny Arsenal in New Jersey, they only had $1.1 million of funding for the project in 2017. I can't believe I just said 1.1 million, as if I don't have all the money I own stuffed in a sock under my futon. This doesn't surprise me though. The new hand grenades aren't really the top priority for our military right now, given the types of conflicts we're engaged in. Most troops who have a hand grenade issued to them right now have a very restricted rules of engagement with them. The days of kicking in a door and tossing a frag per room have been over for a long time. Obviously that varies based on the mission. I carried a frag grenade on my vest in Iraq and I never used it, except for that one time when I needed the end of the pin to reach that tiny impossible to reach reset button on the back of the Tamagotchi. The Army Times got this quote from Lieutenant Colonel Bohannon about the new hand grenade development. Quote, over Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom, we collected soldier feedback, and that feedback told us that the M67 hand grenade had limitations, which we've known of in restricted terrain. The only problem I could potentially see happening with the new enhanced hand grenade is that it's maybe too complicated.
The military said, these are too dangerous. We need to make grenades that we can also not kill people with. But you know damn well, like, you know, when the cop goes to grab their taser and grabs their gun and just shoots somebody. Right. Like, I know you turn it and it's got F and C on each side. But, like, even if they're supposed to use a concussive grenade because civilians might be present, I feel like on the ground, a guy is still going to use a frag because they feel like it's safer for them to, like, just kill everything in the room.
Yeah,
and then they can just say, oh, I thought it was concussive later. Like, what are they doing with this? Like, what if we take two different grenades and fuse them together so it's a really bad frag grenade and a really lethal concussive grenade? And you can switch between the two, right? But like
revolutionary.
The Marine approach is the modular grenade. That's like the markers you can stack end to end.
Yeah.
So like if you just throw one of them, it's still like a lethal grenade, right? But the marine grenades, they're not, I believe they're not fragmentation. I believe they're plastic. So they're all concussion based. So the regular one is a regular concussive grenade, and if you stick two together, then it's as lethal as a frag grenade, but it's going to use concussive force instead of fragmentation. And then if you do three, apparently you can like drop buildings. You know, like if you throw it, like if you drop a ceiling down, you know? Like it's not going to level the building.
But it'll drop a floor.
Yeah. It'll do more than clear a room.
Interesting.
But then it's like, then you know Marines are going to stick 12 of them together, and somebody's going to blow himself up.
Yeah, just Marine things.
Having the extra...
You know,
they eat crayons and blow each other up. Yeah, but with what I was gonna say before with the landing crafts and shit, it's like, man, China's gonna be stuck trying to land on Taiwan, and the Marines are gonna be skipping over islands, just waiting, munching on their crayons.
In my heart.
I have another hang on.
Crowns, as you would say.
I have another soldiers will be soldiers video, and then a meme.
Thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian McCollum, and I just have a cool short little anecdote here for you today. This is one of those things that I ran across when I was doing the research for my book on French military rifles, and it's something that it's cool and it's fun, and I think you'll find it entertaining, but it wasn't really the sort of thing that was suitable to go in the book. Just kind of a one-off little anecdote. And you'll particularly understand this if you understand soldiers and how soldiers will always be soldiers. So let me show you how the bayonet works on this MOS 36. All right, so this is a really good system. It's efficient. What we have here is a spike bayonet. Pull that out. Just a cruciform spike. You know, the best balance of strength and lightweight. And
that's a screwdriver.
The end cap here just has one lever with a locking catch. The locking catch locks in behind here, so when you want to deploy the bayonet, you just snap it in like that, and presto, you've got yourself a fixed bayonet. You want to put it away, squeeze the button, flip it around, and in it goes. But we know soldiers will be soldiers. What if you've got two of these and the good idea fairy shows up? Check this out. What if I pull this bayonet out and then I flip this around and I snap both rifles together? Now I can't push the button to take them out. Crap. Okay, so I solved that by not actually pushing them quite all the way together. But this was actually reported in a French arsenal memorandum of October 1951 that two idiots did this, and how do we go about making sure that...
Okay, this is one of my favorite memes. You seeing? Where you at?
Sorry. Show me?
Did you see the rifles stuck together?
Yeah, is that what you were talking about?
Okay. So next, the meme.
Is it a docking meme?
Sir, we found a potential flaw in equipment. Alright, show me. Can you explain to me what the fuck I'm looking at?
That's fucking great. I love that you had to show the video to get the context for the meme.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny.
Alright, I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Are we done with the grenade video?
Yeah.
Yeah, for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about people. Like, I find it fascinating that the Chinese people do. That was my point. What is happening? Why is it that people don't understand what I'm saying? I'm saying I am not like a particularly patriotic person, okay? So it's fascinating to me that even if it's not my cup of tea, that they have a national flag raising ceremony. It's remarkable that there are people who are coming from all around the world. Oh my God. Or all around China. You had to have known people would weaponize this, no? I did. I just didn't think that they would do it this fast. In any case, perpetually misunderstood. Professionally misunderstood. Let go of the autistic compulsion to be understood. They either don't and don't want to try to understand you, or they don't care.
That chatter's
Sure,
right.
autism is one thing, but you do understand that, like, it's my job.
Except for
to
the autism
communicate
thing.
These opinions.
Like, he's not right about that,
Like,
but
it's
they
not
don't want to
me
understand.
Being autistic, where I'm like annoyed that people are professionally misunderstanding me. I mean, that's annoying for anyone. But also on top of that, it is low key my job to communicate my points of view, which is why it's always annoying that, like, so many of these, like, most of these guys are usually like pro-Israel people too, like pro-Israel authors and stuff that are like looking for any opportunity to attack, but it's just annoying. In any case, this is ridiculous. Hassan Piker stopped for filming by police in China, what we know. American online political commentator Hassan Piker is going Tiananmen Square early Tuesday morning. Footage uploaded to Piker's Twitch channel, Hassan Abi, which is over 3 million followers, shows Piker and several other influencers making their way to the daily sunset flag raising ceremony at the Tiananmen Gate and at the portrait of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao Zedong. China tightly controls public speech and social media, and those who publicly raise sensitive issues, particularly criticism of party leadership, are subject to harsh penalties, including imprisonment. Authorities closely monitor recording activities at Tiananmen Square, a symbol of China's political power and site of major historical events, including the pro-democracy protests that the People's Liberation Army violence. Jesus Christ, dude. Newsweek reached out to Piker by email for a request to comment. This screenshot from a Twitch live stream for American influencer Hassan Piker shows him standing next to Chairman. Oh, yeah. Christ. They be talking like you were criticizing China? No. You know what's crazy about this entire thing? Like, this is not that big of a ordeal. It's not that big of an ordeal. You know what's ironic is, I mean, we'll see what happens. My dad sent me that I feel no patriotism for America or anyone in general clip via hate tweet. If he listened to the clip, he'd hear what you had to say, but I doubt he did. Yeah, it's not, it just got views on Twitter. Yeah, when I said I don't have any patriotism for America while streaming from Tiananmen Square, I was literally talking about, like, this is not for me. You know what I mean? Like, the national flag raising ceremony is not something that I can comprehend and I can understand because I'm not a particularly patriotic person. And what's ironic is, like, if they really wanted to make this seem like I was, they could have twisted this into being like anti-China even. You know what I mean? But instead, they just chose to do this. Popular progressive pundit Hassan Piker live stream from Beijing Tiananmen Square. Piker was joined by another Twitch streamer, Will Neff, in Tiananmen Square for the daily sunset flag raising ceremony. Report added that Piker and Neff were on camera and Neff held up his phone and showed up. Wait, Neff? That's not, no, it wasn't Will Neff that did that. Are these all AI articles? What is happening? Like, these are supposed to be news outlets. They just got, like, super basic facts wrong. Yeah, as the group waited, Piker joined with fellow Twitch streamer Will Neff that they were all in Tiananmen Square, so we were all becoming Chinese. When the time is right, you will look in the mirror.
Hassan reads news
Chinese,
for the
Neff
first
responded.
time.
That's not Will Neff. That was March. Neff held up his phone and the camera. Oh my God, they're just like saying this was Will Neff that did this. The officer asked to review the most recent footage from the live stream broadcast, brightly cut to black with the intermission screen displaying the message, "We're doing secret memes, be right back," later being added. When the broadcast resumed, Piker and the group were seen laughing about the encounters. They continued to record this grid. This is awesome. I don't know why people aren't enjoying all of this, Piker said. It was like 5 minutes or less, nothing happened. One cop bitched at you to see the phone, and then you went into the square anyway. Literally nothing happened. You're getting detained at the airport was a much bigger deal. I know. Pablo Hassan is literally pro-CCP. He's defended the Chinese Communist Party in his live stream dozens of times. Hilarious. Lee Hey, research fellow at Stanford University, Hoover Institute. Foreigners are finally beginning to see the reality that Chinese are intimately familiar with day in, day out, and have long attained a skin-level understanding of. They went to a Stanford University Hoover Institute research fellow for this. That's the makings of a real article, right? You go to an op.
People
you go to,
are
like,
gonna.
an oppositional
Drew's gonna
researcher
ascend
from a right-wing think tank
to be the
and
king
you
of
get
the
a quote from
political
them.
lolcows.
That means that this is a real article.
And
but if
one
that's a
day,
real article, you have to get the
there's
people
gonna be
that you're covering
video
correctly.
essayists
He didn't even get the quote from him. He just tweeted
doing an
it.
entire
That's so
history of
funny.
him.
Jesus Christ!
And they're gonna fucking
the reason
find
why
our
this
shit.
didn't happen with iShowSpeed when he went to China is because he doesn't have the same level of ops, and his audience is actually like 12 years old. On the other hand, my audience is much older as opposed to iShowSpeed's audience, and also on top of that, I have a lot of like political enemies who spend every waking moment watching the streams and trying to desperately turn it into something of consequence when it's not. And I don't really know how to deal with it beyond just like, it's a lie. I don't know. I mean, just watch the stream, you know, you'll see it. You do understand you'll never have a normal life, right? I know, but it's just like, it's annoying.
This is just let this autoplay.
Donald Trump seems to be going through something specific right now. Let's do like 7 and 9, or let's do 10, 7, and 9. Let's start with number 10. Donald Trump is at the McDonald's Impact Summit.
It's the first event he was excited about in years. They probably didn't even ask him to speak.
Oh my God.
What, McDonald's is getting together?
Can we get me on Air Force One now?
Where's his outfit from the campaign trail? Why does he want to break that out?
The
McDonald's outfit. It was honestly probably the best he's ever looked.
Yes. Here's Donald Trump at the McDonald's Impact Summit. Now, remember, we made a prediction around here that around the 10th, he would go see a doctor again. And then by the 14th, he was talking about his MRI that he got very typically for his annual checkup. Incidentally, his third annual checkup in 3 months.
Got a perfect score.
Perfect score on the annual checkup. That's why I do one every month, because each time I get better.
Magnificent RI.
I broke my MRI record.
Completely unrelated.
PB.
Completely unrelated to that. Carol Ann writes in on the IM, Alzheimer's infusion MRI scans are used to monitor patients for a side effect called amyloid-related imaging abnormalities, which involves brain swelling or bleeding when receiving treatments like lecanemab or Leqembi or donanemab. These scans are required at specific intervals, particularly early in the treatment, and can also be done if a patient reports new symptoms. Leqembi, lecanemab, MRIs are recommended before the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 14th infusions. Additional scans may be needed for patients whose therapy was paused or if new symptoms appeared. Donanemab MRIs are typically scheduled before the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th infusions. Just reading an IM.
Will soon receive their own MedBed card.
Here he is at the McDonald's Summit.
MedBed.
A great stock market is great for
Oh my God.
everybody, including 401ks. You know, the 401ks hit the highest number that they've ever been 2 days ago. And that's a lot of people. So they understand what's going on. And we're going to make the American dream a word that, 2 words that you didn't have. You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden said, it's all about 3 words, the American dream. You don't want to ever get in that situation. Remember that? That was not good. It's all about 3 words, American dream. A great stock market is
all about 3 words.
He tried
American dream.
Tried to freelance, incidentally, there.
What do you mean you never want to get in that situation
because-
where you have to put the in front of American dream?
0 of that made sense.
Well, Emma got it. You don't want to be in that situation where but he screwed up because he said, Biden said it was 3 words, the American dream. And then he just realized, like, oh, that's why it was 3 words.
I fell into the same trap.
You don't want, you want it just to be American dream. Like,
That's 2.
A American dream.
You're
an
inanimate fucking object! Him talking to his addled
American
brain.
dream is 3 words. Wait, okay.
I'll watch the Scanner Darkly again.
Oh, speaking of which, we're going to do the audition thing
good.
soon.
Yep.
Because now that they had a really bad like flu or cold or something.
Yeah. They're over it.
Yeah.
Good. Let me know. I'll rewatch it and.
Yeah, well,
we'll do it.
that's what I'm saying is rewatch it.
I will.
You just don't want to get there.
It's also. Look, do I get a Happy Meal or not?
you're talking to McDonald's franchise owners too. Like you're talking about affordability to them. Like their own McDonald's franchises. That's not who is struggling with affordability. It's the people that work at all of their organizations. And by the way, since we're talking about Epstein, massive endemic harassment at McDonald's of especially teenage girls that work there. I've seen it when I worked there when I was a teenager myself. Like,
and that horrible documentary that you had me watch too. What was that?
I forget the one where the guy was like calling the McDonald's. But yeah, like I would talk to them about that before like their 401ks.
Well, he does address affordability to them. He quells their fears of an increase in the minimum wage.
Right, exactly. Don't worry.
So. Exactly, that's the other part.
Your workers will still be affordable to you.
This is this number 7? Okay, and this is and people are wondering like, why is your voice so hoarse? And this is
he's like, I just had a session with Bubba.
In understanding, he's like he's getting agitated. There is an agitated quality to Trump that we're seeing here that seems as if he's upset about something that's going on maybe in the country.
That's the health of the president's always news. Your voice sounds a little rough. Are you feeling all right?
I feel great. I was shouting at people because they were stupid about something having to do with trade in a country, and I straightened it out. But I blew my stack at these people.
What? There's a follow-up there, but can I
like
ask you about
Bubba blew his stack in Trump.
It sounds like there's a follow-up there, but can I ask you about Venezuela?
I thought you said there was a polyp. I said, I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear that again.
It's very clearly a polyp somewhere.
I don't have a polyp.
I didn't say polyp. You said polyp.
And I didn't see this yet. He made a like a. It sounded like a blowjob innuendo there, just by happenstance.
What I blew
my stack. I don't know.
That really means getting angry.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean,
somebody so
no. I just went.
Get your head out of the gutter, Emma.
Than I anticipated it
full
being.
stack.
But yeah,
crime.
I got the full stack.
I lost my voice trying to blow my stack.
So, where's that polyp? Oh, Jesus.
I didn't say polyp. You said polyp.
Who said polyp?
He was at the doctor getting his
I didn't know what polyp is.
so he could blow
There
his
was no
stack.
polyp. And here's number 9. Here is Trump sort of like filling out the trifecta. So there's one of two things that happen. One is he's got something else going on that is causing him to lose his voice, or he yelled for such a significant time. He's so mad at somebody. Now, I wonder if it's a tariff issue when there have been, as far as I know, no new tariffs issued. They're waiting for the Supreme Court. This has been going on for a week. So he clearly did the yelling in the past like 24 hours or so. And it just coincidentally that they're having a vote on the Epstein files. I didn't get mad at that. So like one of two things happen.
Yeah.
Either he's got something going on that he doesn't want people to know about, which is impacting his voice, which that's possible.
I mean, he threw a polyp out there, and he heard the reporter say that when the reporter
I didn't get a polyp. I didn't have a polyp removed. What are you talking about? Or he's yelling as loud as he's ever yelled before during his 2 presidencies, because I've never heard his voice.
Never.
And he blew his voice out yelling about one country's tariff situation, or maybe something else is going on that he's getting very uptight about. Here he is on Air Force One, where he really gets a little bit looser because he's in a higher altitude.
So he dictated a couple of memos of something we bring. You got to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those.
Awful audio.
Including J.P. Morgan shares. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
What?
I just want to be clear on what just happened there. So this was from a day or two ago when he is
You didn't see
arguing
that yet?
and this is before his reversal on the files. that we're going to investigate Bill Clinton. We're going to investigate the president of Harvard, Larry Summers. God bless. I hope that happens multiple times, frankly. And he's asked a follow-up question, and he says, quiet little piggy, he calls.
Quiet piggy. Catherine Lucy was apparently the reporter. She's, you know...
oh, I've seen Bloomberg's Jennifer Jacobs.
Oh, really? They were
That's
saying...
what I've seen,
They
too.
were saying Bloomberg's... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It was another Bloomberg reporter. I got it wrong. Apologies. Go on.
Idiot!
Well, the point being, this guy's losing his patience, and then he yells at somebody ostensibly about tariffs.
The Guardian says it's this woman, Catherine Lucy. It doesn't really matter that much, but I mean, I just like you see, because based on like how women look or whatever, it's easy to see if they trigger them. I mean, she's a blonde woman, and he doesn't like being spoken to by them in any, well, really any women at all. But Quiet Piggy is really like, I'm sorry,
crazy.
That's really crazy. This is the leader of the country, and I know that it's like a little lib to care about people setting examples, but the way he acts has had a directly corrosive impact on the way that we deal with one another and our society. It's disgusting.
And without a doubt.
And the press in general.
But that is a real lack of control that we haven't seen from him in a while. Okay, I mean, this iteration, this go-round, he's been, you know, he'll be stern sometimes. Don't shut up, but that shut up came a couple of days ago too. We haven't seen something like this.
He's always camera ready, camera aware.
And you know, he knows where his liabilities are this time around, and he's getting paid. So ostensibly, he's like, I can, you know, but he's clearly losing patience. His fuse is getting shorter. He's yelling at people, according to him.
And this is the real him. This is what the Trump that you see in the E. Jean Carroll deposition.
Yes.
That is the real Trump.
And also, we saw a lot more of this in the pandemic at the end of his presidency in the first term, where he was getting completely, you know, falling apart really in the back 2 years, but specifically the back year, getting more and more of a bully, freaking out more and more. And I still go back to the fact that he was unable, that he had to cave and pretend like he's in favor of releasing the Epstein files because they're going to try to cover things up on the back end, because he was probably yelling, screaming at every member of the House that says, we can't go with you on this, Mr. President. We have to vote for the release of the Epstein files, because there's do we have the vote right now? Are we following it? I mean, there's at minimum
was
dozens.
Before he had reversed, and so I think it was coming to
in the
head,
lead up.
yeah.
In the lead up, because he knew that he was cornered.
Yep.
Let's just get the Quiet Piggy one more time clean here.
If there's nothing incriminating in the file, sir, why not act like Epstein is Venezuelan, sir? You've had a lot.
Oh, jeez. Now you know what it feels like to be Tiffany Trump.
Exactly.
That's how he talks to her, guaranteed.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not my daughter, Piggy.
It's just it's wild when the mask slips.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that quote of John McCain to his ex-wife, where he called her like a trollop with slapped-on makeup in front of press or something like that. It's like, jeez. People really are. Like, I know you're like depraved, but you're really depraved.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check.
You always say like China, very positive things about China.
Get on camera.
Calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP, paying you to do this. You're a CCP agent to talk. So let me ask you,
why do you laugh like that?
Talk positive about China so much.
Hey, so when asking questions in interviews, John, do you lead the question by telling them exactly what you want them to tell? Like saying, hey, people call you an agent. Why do you actually talk about China?
Well, for me, technically, yes, because I know how to lead my questions to get the answers that I want. But I don't specifically say, repeat after me. But, like, Amy does this a lot.
Yeah.
Like, she gets the framing out of her way as a way to save time in the interview. But
Okay.
she'll often have a very partisan thing where she basically tells them how to answer the question a few times. Yeah, she's pretty common at doing it, but I think she does it a fine way. Like, you know what you're getting with democracy now.
Yeah,
like they
that's
clearly
true.
have an agenda.
Yeah, they have a bias.
So I think there's ways to do it that are like well within a fine code of conduct.
Okay.
Watching your live streams.
Because I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America as in a multipolar world is very impressive. And I think we should learn from that in the United States.
Everything.
We should look to that and learn some lessons from that.
I
And
love
that's
the
reason why I
music.
always try to use China as an alternative.
Can
as an
you
example,
chill with the
because
fucking
I also
music,
want
guys?
high-speed rail in America.
Fucking
high-speed rail in
bury
America.
it.
I
What are
want
you?
Americans to
It's so
not
loud.
have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or
Like, am I about?
potentially taking on
Is he about to get
bankruptcy,
shot?
which is an insane
What is
concept to
this?
begin with, and doesn't
Is
even
this a
exist in
spy
other Western
movie?
nations anyway. What I'm saying is, I want Americans to wake up, and I think China is a decent example
What?
to showcase.
Hassan Piker, also
That
known
editing.
as Hassan Abi, is a prominent
Thank
Twitch
God.
streamer
That was just
offering
the sting?
political commentary
Jesus
and media
Christ.
analysis. As a content creator, influencer, and a political
Now it's
commentator,
actually
he
vetted.
speaks to young Americans like mainstream media could only dream of. His unique take on current
The music
affairs has
sounds
helped
like
him amass a
the cat brain
Unique.
rot.
She
The
just
music
said
they're
his
playing
taste
now,
unique.
you know, the cat brain rot.
Yes. My favorite brain
rot.
rot. Yep, I love that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
the
what the
best.
music they're playing right now sounds like in the background.
Hilarious.
combined 4.5 million followers to young Americans like mainstream media could only dream of. His unique take on current affairs has helped him amass a combined 4.5 million followers.
It's unique. It's certainly unique.
Hey, my take is exactly in line with every other Marxist. Unique.
I don't know. Oh, no, it's not. Come on. Shut up.
That's true, actually. I retract that. He does
It's
not,
not even close.
sit on the same side with, like, Russia. That's a fair point. I'll take that back.
The only state he apologizes for is China. That's
Is
all.
China, yeah. Has he covered Africa?
He might mention Sudan here and there. But no, I
Because
don't
that's
think so.
like... I would wonder if he does
He
start
doesn't
talking
do-
about
He
Africa.
doesn't do international politics, though.
It is all domestic. Or, like, global north.
Yeah.
On Twitch and YouTube, a recurring topic of conversation on his platforms is China. From analyzing China's governance and development to the international bloggers' travel boom the country is experiencing, he shares dimensions of the greater China story that the Western audiences rarely get to hear about.
How does this one fold?
Yeah, they're on a different planet out here, brother.
Yo, it's got that classic Huawei vision.
Yeah, it's got a little filter on there.
Like cavemen discovering fire for the first time.
Chinese
that's what
filter,
it
yeah?
feels like to be in China after being in America for so long.
No problem, chat.
I'm confused. What are we supposed to be wowed by?
I don't know. Bro seems like he's just enjoying a vacation.
No way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version of
It's
it.
the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
The little red book?
It is basically. Hang on, go back.
Okay.
Go back. Listen to
I have
what
one
they
of those.
just said.
I
You
have one
to
of
hear
those.
What they said. You have to go back and listen to what he actually just said.
I got it
Listen
before
in-
Hassan. Suck my
Listen
dick.
in the background. Listen to what he responds in the background. It's fucking nuts.
Being in America for so long.
No problem, chat.
Oh, no way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version
This is the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that.
Just nope. Just that's not the part. Keep going.
It is basically
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book.
It's the
You
red
missed
Bible
it.
is what it is.
What?
Go back again.
What the fuck am I listening for?
It is
What-
basically
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book.
It's the red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I
Oh my
supposed to
God.
be listening
He's
for?
saying it is basically the Bible. You're
Yeah, that's what I
pausing
said,
before
and
he
you
completes
ignored
the
it.
thought.
I mean, yeah, like.
I
that is
asked you,
essentially
did you
it
hear what
is.
he said? And you said no.
I said, what am I meant to be listening for? And you didn't answer. Like, yes, obviously it is. Like, it's literally a book of quotes and words of Mao. Like, it's essays.
No, but the fact that
quotes,
he's
and...
like, yeah, it's my religious book. It's my Bible.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
I thought he just said it was like, oh yeah, well it is basically the Bible. I didn't realize
Yeah.
he said that.
But like that's how I
cringe.
interpret it. It's like basically is the Bible. It's a religious text for me.
Yeah, you could interpret it that
As
way.
a principled Maoist.
Although, I must say, those pages look very white. Now you look at these ones, and they're like, you know, stamped. You know, the spine is used, like, it looks like it's a book that's been
You
used.
accusing them of giving him a fake
A fake
Bible?
one, yes. I'm accusing them of giving him a fake one.
A fake Bible?
A fake one of these, yeah.
A fake Bible?
It's not because of the cover, right? The cover is it's like a dust jacket. So like I imagine that you could probably change them. But also I was doing a little bit of research trying to figure out which ones were which, to try and figure out which one was the first one. If it's a plain red cover, it might be a replica of the first one. I would need to see more close-up pictures of the pages. I'm actually curious.
I mean, why wouldn't they give it to him? Their
Well, they are
chief
like fairly
propagandist.
common. Like this was like $15, which is great. But like also, Hassan, does yours have a cute little picture of Mao? If it doesn't, you need to get one.
Thank you so much. This is incredible.
Hi, Hassan Bakr. Such a surprise to see you in Beijing. Wow.
It was inevitable. It was bound to happen.
I know Beijing's your first stop in your whole travel plan in China. It's too early to ask, I know, but I'm just wondering what's your expectations for your China trip, and it's probably just been 2 days for you to arrive
Yeah.
China. How's your experience so far?
It's been amazing. I haven't slept at all, but you know, I'm just carrying myself because I'm so excited. So it's been a remarkable experience thus far. But I was always very excited to come to China, so this has been a dream come true for me.
What happened
do you want
to
to experience the most? Or what do you
remember
want
when
to
he tried
try
to
the most?
defend himself in saying that he's actually kind of hard on China, and because he recognizes that the Uyghurs are oppressed, he wouldn't be welcome there, and he's scared to go there. Remember when he said that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Funny.
Yeah, very funny. What's the bet he's gonna do in a Roomchi video where he's followed by handlers in the Uyghur theme park and goes dancing Uyghur?
I don't know about that.
You don't reckon? You reckon he'll go see dancing Uyghurs?
No. I don't think that's something, because he's with like Will Neff and stuff.
I don't know who
It's
that
not
is.
just him.
Oh, really?
Will Neff
Interesting.
is a pretty big streamer
Mm.
with like more on the bro side of things,
Okay.
but like someone who he does a lot of the pay money wubby as well. Like he did an entire video with pay money wubby where he did dates in half a suit, like the back is just cut off,
Oh my
and it's
God.
only the front or the suit, and they have to do an escape room, and the date's like not supposed to see that his suit
That's
doesn't have a
hilarious.
back. It's a very fucking funny video. And then he did this thing, like, did you ever play like backyard baseball or backyard football when you were a kid? It
Sure.
might have been dead by the time you were around. You remember those games at all?
Sure.
The PC games.
Oh, no.
It's like this kids sports series, but you like draft your own team, and there's still put professional athletes in it, but it's
Okay.
like all the kids are in each of the games. So like they already have like the developed characters in the franchise who have different personalities and stuff like that.
Okay.
But he did like backyard baseball and did like a Bad News Bears thing where he was just trying to get balls on bases with like players that didn't have great stats, and he's just like yelling at the kids like a real coach the entire time. It's so fucking funny.
Sounds interesting. I didn't realize he wasn't there alone though.
Yeah. I don't know who the other guy is. Maybe just their tech support, but I think it's him and Will Neff. But Will Neff is a very fucking funny, loud streamer type guy.
Okay, then it's probably definitely just a holiday thing then.
Yeah.
Write it off on taxes because you're streaming while doing it.
The food, I want to see all the big tier 1 cities, but most importantly, I am super stoked that I'm going to get on a high-speed train tomorrow to go to Shanghai. So that's what I'm mostly looking forward to. That's what I've been most excited about.
Has he not been to Japan? I don't understand why fast train that is same as other fast train is... I don't understand. Like, what... I don't get it. I don't understand why people are so fooled by China's, like, train and shiny lights propaganda.
I mean, in America, their trains are better than ours.
No, well, of course. America doesn't invest in their trains.
For an American like Hassan to be like, I'm excited to ride a train, that's a normal thing. You know? It's not, it's like a Japanese person, first of all, why would they be in China? Am I right? Like, they wouldn't be like, I can't wait to ride this train.
But, like, I brought up Japan because it's like the Shinkansen has existed for, like, 20 years longer. Or something like that than the Chinese trains, but somehow the Chinese trains are this miracle first of the world thing. This is what I don't understand. Like, okay, they have fast trains. They're investing in their infrastructure. America invested in their roads. Like, why is it even a comparison?
No, but this is what I was fucking clowning on America the other day. Because they invested in the fucking auto infrastructure. Like, they allowed the car companies to sideline the rail industry. America, like, brought the rail. Like, you don't have westward colonialism without American steel.
It's crazy when you think about
They
it.
let the auto industry take over because you can't fucking export train lines. You can export cars. Right? And America dominated the auto industry because they fucking invented the auto industry. And then they let that industry die after building up their entire fucking society around it. What is wrong with you? And then they invent the fucking microchip and semiconductor, and guess what happens next? Are we for real? Like maybe centrally planning has a fucking argument here. Right? Maybe China does have fucking better trains than America.
Of course it does. That is a really good point, though. But it's even further. It's an
it's
even
fucking
further
wild
argument.
to me. Like,
But
why
it's
would
even
you
further-
why would you fucking invent a new industry just to give it to somebody else and export all the labor overseas and shit? Like, have some fucking restraint on the fucking corporations in your fucking country, bro.
Yeah.
And hang on to your fucking national wealth. Like, this is kind of a nationalist talking point that I'm doing here, but, like, what are you doing?
It's also kind of a socialist one.
Why are you not
like
China subsidizing their EV industry to produce shitty EVs? Imagine America doing subsidies,
to produce dog shit EVs?
No. To just subsidize American auto industry, reboot the auto industry along with the semiconductor industry in an all-in-one package to move forward on the electronic infrastructure. This will never happen with Trump, but it will never happen in America in general.
No.
Like, why would you not do what China's doing and subsidize this green shift? Like, you continually be ahead and forward on industry. Why are you sleeping on the green industry?
That's because
like, at least do the same plan again. Get way ahead of it and then abandon it because you're fucking morons.
It's Reagan's fault.
It's literally Reagan's fault. It all goes back to him. Had Reagan never come in and made those changes, the world would be a very different place. It's all Reagan's fault. Reagan and Thatcher didn't die soon enough.
Why? Why are you looking forward to visit China?
Well, part of it is because I talk about China quite a bit as far as like lessons to learn and what America could adopt and emulate, and seeing it in real time, I think is a lot.
Yeah,
different.
like
I also
subsidizing
wanted to
your
show
fucking
my
auto
audience
industry.
and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies, and that it's just
America,
another normal country. Just like every other
seriously,
country.
it makes me so fucking angry at the stupidity of fucking building up your fucking auto industry and then fucking not subsidizing it and letting it fucking die. Like, it has to be one of the fucking dumbest things a modern government has done.
Australia still bans nuclear energy.
Thanks, Obama.
That's pretty stupid.
No, that's a fucking common policy. You didn't invent nuclear energy and then pioneer it to, like, the next level.
And then ban it? That would have been funny. But this is kind of similar to my...
Why would you...
Because
like,
they're stupid.
Not only that, if America also, like, if they had already been subsidizing their auto industry, you know what also would advance? The additive manufacturing in where AI tools would actually be useful.
Yes.
Machining.
Would be.
Like, the less people involved around those types of machines, the better, because they're fucking dangerous. How about fucking RoboCop gets crushed like the end of Terminator instead of some Russian guy?
That's a brutal video. It's a brutal fucking video. But this is kind of a similar argument to what I'm saying about labor and this AUKUS shit. Like, people continually crying about the policy of AUKUS, and I'm just like, we made a deal to acquire the capacity to produce nuclear reactors. Why the fuck are we not expanding this into a state-funded, state-run nuclear energy program across the country? I don't understand. It's still banned. It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense. Put fucking whatever renewable shit wherever you want. You need firm power. On top of that, nuclear energy can create hydrogen. And if you figure out hydrogen to run cars, you can have a closed loop energy system. And it's pure green. I think that's a theory that I read somewhere, that it could potentially happen that way, and I kind of like the idea. I think it should be looked into, but it's also mostly because I'm pro-nuclear energy, and I think that people need to understand that after 70 years and 5 generations of nuclear reactors, I think the science good. Science is good. It's working. Now is the time. Like, it's the same thing. Like, why? When did the car industry collapse? The financial crash, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Obama.
Because there's also an issue with, like, monopolization. You could literally recreate the American car market by breaking monopolies. Like, if you just smashed GM, you would have 10 American car companies instantly. But they won't.
Country is, and I know that, but one, experiencing it for myself is good, and seeing it for myself is good, and then two, showing it to other people as well, I think will be a good opportunity.
As journalist who travel to different countries and talk to local people, I noticed there's a huge gap. Like, there are a lot of misconceptions from the West in general about Chinese people. I think I really appreciate your effort trying to help a lot of people to see, hey, they're also just normal people. There are things going on that news are not reporting. But I'm just wondering, in general, from your observation, what are the common misconceptions that say people in the United States have about China?
I can't wait for this list of Chinese propaganda.
There is a tremendous amount of misinformation. Oftentimes, one of the things that I think our press does to our adversaries, which is really strange, especially when we consider China being such a significant trade partner to America. 30% of manufacturing is coming from here. Nonetheless, the State Department officially designates it as like a competitor or foreign adversary. We will look to things that every other country does, our allies do, for example, and we will assume that it's like somehow sinister or totally different or totally exaggerated when it's coming out of China. One example I always think about is like there was a new museum, I think it might have been the Revolutionary Museum that was launched in China, and there was a New York Times article. It was like, China greatly whitewashes its own history in its museum. And it's like, first of all,
where's the lie? Like, China is literally the most romanticist country on earth, by virtue of the CCP erasing its history and writing its new one. But unless, of course, you need nationalist shit like the 9-dash line, which you go to the KMT policies for. Or you talk about the Republic of China being attacked by Japan, and then use that to generate out-group propaganda, generating ultranationalism. Nationalism is handy when it works, when it suits you. Other than that, no, nationalism bad.
Every museum is going to show the best parts of that about their history. It's totally normal.
That's not
true. We do that in America as well.
That's absolutely untrue.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't there a whole Black History Museum? Like,
well,
isn't there a fucking slavery museum?
Black history as well, but like we have museums about oppression.
There's a Holocaust museum.
Yeah, but that's not our history.
No, but it's like, best parts? What are you talking about? Find me anything in Chinese museums that shows bad things happening. Do they talk about the purges? What are the youth groups called?
Probably not.
God, what were they fucking called? Red something. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Red Brigade.
Chinese...
Redneck.
Youth.
You might be a redneck.
Killing Squads Revolution.
If you
Red
like
Guard.
oppressing minorities...
How did I forget that?
You
Red
might
Guard.
be a redneck.
The Red Guard. The Red Guard. I wonder how much history about the Red Guard there is. Hey, when Netflix made the 3-body problem and included the revolution showing them executing intellectuals, China reacted pretty well to that? Or did they overreact and make their own 3-body problem in response, which didn't have that?
I thought they were the first one. I thought
Were they?
the story came from China.
No. The book is Chinese.
Yeah, so
I'm
that's
pretty
why
sure
I assume
the
the
show
series...
they made after.
Oh, maybe.
Chinese.
Maybe they did it in reaction, but like I thought it was Chinese property.
It's
Art.
a 2008 book. It's a very recent book.
Yeah. Well, of course.
2018. Oh, I was wrong.
The China one was first?
It was first, but it's unreleased. Apparently
No.
Amazon was negotiating for it, but made their own. Or Netflix made their own.
I've seen
Interesting.
that there's a Chinese series, though. It's called something... It's not called 3-body problem. It's like something similar.
Oh, it's a film. It's a movie, not a TV show.
There you go.
I'm actually curious now. Oh, this is like a real thing. This is like a real concept.
Yeah.
Cool.
You didn't know that?
No,
Hey, did you watch the 3-body problem?
I did. I thought they were just
one
doing...
of my favorite parts is when the Mongols make a human computer. That's so fucking cool.
TV series, that's the one I want.
It's like, because it reminds me in games, like people make
Yeah.
simple computers in Minecraft and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've seen people who will use the circuitry and stuff inside, like, those types of games that allow you to do that stuff and, like, basically get it to run Doom.
Now, Tencent obtained the rights to the novel. Attempts to produce the film in the adaptations began in 2015. Film lasted 5 months. Final product never released. Struck a deal to produce their own adaptation for Netflix. Okay, so the people who made the first one got hired by Netflix, it seems, to write this one for Netflix.
Okay.
So they began to work on the script for a Chinese adaptation. A work on the script for a Chinese adaptation was already underway at Tencent and took 4 years to complete. Shooting began in July, lasted 126 days. November 21, 22. Oh, so November 21 was a trailer. A trailer for the Netflix one. No. This is the Chinese one. That's my bad. This is the Chinese show. I've been clicking through like 5 different show things. I'm just curious. They were angry about the Netflix one. They were not happy about it. But I was wrong on them making it afterwards. It seems like this one came out a year before.
Well, so there's that, and then there's just like outright misinformation. And I think for a lot of people, or for a lot of the press in general, they're just not very intellectually curious about what is actually going on here. I see this in my own experience. Like, there are a lot of analysts I talk to, very smart people, very well-educated people. But when it comes down to it, when they want to analyze China, they have this horse blinder on, where they just think, why are they doing these sorts of things? Oh, China's about to collapse any day now. And one of the best examples I love to use is the ghost cities. Development style here is very different than places like America or liberal capitalist nations. And they build...
Bro doesn't realize that the ghost cities are built and destroyed because it keeps money flowing and it keeps jobs. It's literally...
Yeah, but he's talking about... He does this point where that there's an article where people are like, why did China build a train stop to nowhere? And then they built a city up around it. It's an argument for central planning that he's making. So that's the thing, is the ghost cities is... like, it's one of those things that is, it's like the quick debunks where if you're not really that informed, they get you for example, like using the WikiLeaks thing for Tiananmen Square type stuff, like really quick type stuff like that. So if you tell somebody like another big one, social credit score, or debt traps.
Yep.
Right? Like, there's elements of truth behind all those things, but it's so distorted. This is what we talked to Drew about, how it's bad to distort these things because it gives propagandists grounds by being able to show something in the middle.
Exactly.
Housing with a long-term plan in mind, and it's been incredibly successful. But at the time when the housing units were being constructed, Western analysts looked at that and said, oh, this is not for people to live in. They're just doing it because this is a speculative bubble and it's going to collapse.
I mean, it's literally what America did in the Depression with the traveling jobs and shit. Like, it's generating jobs to keep people employed. It's not... like... that's just how China's economy works. Like, they need the money to flow through it. So they keep it moving. They build shit, they knock it down. They build shit, they knock it down. It keeps jobs. Build it. If a bridge falls down, build it again. Who gives a shit?
At any moment. And now you look at those ghost cities in 10 years in the future, from when those articles used to come out from the New York Times and many other places, these are cities with tens of millions, sometimes 20 million people living in them. I never want to have that kind of... I never want to stunt my own analysis in that way, and I feel like a lot of people do.
Hey, what about all those people who buy houses and are told that they can't move in because they're incomplete, and when they try to move in, they get ejected by the police? It's pretty cool. It's their property. They bought it, right? But the company isn't building it. So what happens then, huh? So what goes on then? So what... Are these people homeowners? Do these count as homeowners? Is this counted in their 80% home ownership number? People who own vacant concrete blocks in buildings that are incomplete? I'm curious. Like, there's so many problems, and that's not saying that people don't own houses and shit.
I'm just going to be honest about it. I didn't hear what you said. I zoned out because I was thinking about Dick.
Fair enough. It happens. Like, and that's not saying that people don't own houses and shit, but there's like, Hassan just blatantly ignores the Evergrande collapse, blatantly ignores all of these problems. But it's like, and it's no different to America. Like, America will show their pretty things about their pretty little cities, and then because everybody else can post whatever the fuck they want, they're like, hey, look, homeless people shitting on the street. You know, the two sides of the United States. But like the information control. Like, being able to completely annihilate an entire topic of conversation if something was to happen. And entirely suppress news physical banners to block people from protesting because they don't want people to see it. Like, these are all real problems. And you're just focusing on these grand CCP talking points, ignoring the little guy who is struggling every single day. And this is my problem with people like this. It's like you'll go there and talk to people like Li Jingjing, who's probably fucking multi-millionaire, living in Beijing with the CCP. And it's like, okay, go to the villages in the center of fucking China, nowhere near cities, and see how it is. Like, actually go into China and meet real people. That's what I want to see from Hassan. I want him to go to the real China, not the pretty cities and the shiny lights and the tourist traps. It's not what he's doing.
This is for content and stream.
I know, and that's not what he's doing. But I want him to do that, just not on stream, personally. Just like travel through China and actually talk to people and actually get a real sense of how it is in the country. I'm just very curious how he would change or talk about that kind of thing on stream. I would be very, very curious. Because my biggest criticism is that these people are total government bootlickers. And they almost don't consider the people at all. And it really shits me. And it's like, the same thing happens in Sudan, right? Everyone's talking about the United Arab Emirates, America, Egypt, and we do it too. But we're also talking about the victims, right? And people are talking about the victims now because it's like finally in the news. But everyone's still just talking about the fucking countries that are backing it and funding it. The wider picture, but these people have been suffering for 2.5 years there. The whole time. And only now are people caring. Right? It's this kind of thing. It's just, if it's not right in front of you, people seem to forget that these are humans too. And that the governments that are in power are not necessarily representative of the opinions of the people in those countries. Especially in a country like China, where it's a one-party dictatorship leaning heavily towards fascism. And you know what's really good about fascism?
Nothing.
The selected, important group gets total freedom. Isn't that great?
No.
Do that partially because they want to cope, and partially because it's just all they've known, and they've just never really been interested in understanding that there are different ways of governance out there beyond what we see in the Western world.
So this is your first time in China. I watched some of your videos analyzing China, and I would say most of your videos talking about China are pretty good. As someone who had never been to China before, how did you manage to understand what's really going on in China?
I grew up in Turkey, so I think I have a different attitude about different modes of governance in general. And I also grew up in...
I grew up in Turkey, big fan of fascism.
That region, so I have an understanding of like what America likes to do to its adversaries or countries that it declares enemies of the state. And therefore, I was already skeptical about State Department narratives in general. I don't know.
But not Chinese State Department.
and I think that the Chinese development especially has been so undeniable that as long as...
Yeah, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, beautiful, never lied. Always telling the absolute truth. American State Department, the equivalent, nothing but lies. Smartest smart guy.
You're even a little bit interested and don't just read foreign policy magazine analysts. You can very quickly realize that no, like this is not the backward state that people have presented as. And I think more and more people are also coming to that conclusion
Define
as well.
Backwards.
Because in the age of the internet,
I would say executing the most people on Earth every year is pretty fucking backwards.
Especially with like how accessible China is, it's fairly difficult for people in the West to maintain this position that this is a scary country, almost like a hermit kingdom.
Nobody's saying
right?
it's a scary country.
And that's just not the case. There's a lot of businessmen that come in and out of this country. And surely there are cultural differences, there's differences in governance, but ultimately it's just like it's a fully developed nation state that is constantly in touch with the rest.
So why is it manipulating shipping and manufacturing with the developing nation status to get their shipping for free? If they're developed. Seems like something needs to change. And what happens when when you're taken off the developing nation status?
You get a trophy.
You get a seat at the table.
They give you a trophy. It says "good job," and then you get a pan pizza, a personal pan pizza at
Hell
Pizza
yeah.
Hut.
Specifically Pizza Hut?
Yeah. This is a joke. It's an American joke. We had a national reading program.
Okay, so it says...
if you basically just told Pizza Hut that you read a book, you would get a little button, and it would have every month, and you had to not lose that button, so like every kid always did. But if you did remember to bring the button every time, because you get a free pizza regardless. So like for the parents, it's like if you think about it from a parent's perspective, your kid reads a book and you get to feed him for free that day. Well, at least one meal with a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut. So it was like, I believe it might have been a partnership between Scholastic and Pizza Hut or something.
Okay.
And if you do it all the way through, they literally give you a fucking medal if you get 12 books each month. And I got one of those medals one time. So
okay,
that's
update.
Probably the only medal I've won is
Amazing.
The pizza medal.
Okay, update. China dropped its developing nation status.
Cool. Did they give him a
Right.
trophy and a personal Pizza Hut pan pizza?
I think so. So it says China said it would no longer seek the special treatment given by developing
I will do
nations
affiliate marketing for pan
in
pizzas.
WTO
For Pizza Hut
agreements,
pan pizzas.
a change long demanded by the United States. Commerce Ministry officials said Wednesday the move was an attempt to boost the global trading system at a time when it's under threat from tariff wars and protectionist moves by individual countries. Trump's tariffs actually did something good. Hilarious. Fucking hysterical.
I mean, every policy is going to have something... Well, not every policy, but every policy should have something good it at least does.
Should, yeah. It was not clear whether the announcement would lead to greater access for foreign goods to China's vast market.
See the glass half full, right? It's like just because a lot of bad things happen, you don't have to throw out some good things that happen. You know, that's therapy.
Sure.
Glass half full.
The US
Easy.
and many European countries have long
Easy.
complained about barriers to their
Easy.
exports. The change affects only ongoing and future negotiations, not existing agreements. Chinese Premier Li Qiang announced the change in a speech in New York on Tuesday to a China-organized development forum at an annual meeting at the UN General Assembly. China's officials said Beijing's decision to was voluntary and not meant to suggest that other developing countries should follow suit. That's a good, responsible statement. It is China's own decision. The WTO's special and different treatment provision gives some developing countries longer time spans to implement trade agreements, can lead to technical assistance from abroad, and offer exceptions to the rules that richer countries abide by, like free shipping. China is a middle-income country, and government's officials emphasize that it remains part of the developing world. The US has long argued that China should give up their developing nation status. It is the world's second largest economy. They landed on the fucking moon.
They did.
They should
barbecue in
have. They should have
space.
been not this 10 years ago.
They did barbecue in space.
China will always be a developing country, they said. It's very clear that the issue of developing
But now
member
that we
status,
have our medal in personal Pizza Hut pan pizza.
the special and different treatments are related but distinct. Increasingly, though, China has become a source of loans and technical assistance to other countries seeking to build roads, railways, dams, and other major projects, often undertaken by major Chinese state-owned companies. Interesting. Okay. Noted.
Rest of the world, and maybe even in some ways, in more meaningful ways than the American government is in touch with the rest of the world.
I think I wanted to talk more like your career, because I think your career is very unique because you live stream on Twitch, a gaming platform, but talking about politics, and you gained millions of followers, and from the young generations in the United States. Actually, at least from my experience, people who told me they are your fans, they're not just from the United States, they're from like everywhere. So, I mean, what motivated you to talk politics on Twitch and live streaming hours every day is a really exhausting job. So,
Not the best medium.
Tell us
for
how
sure.
hard your job is, Hassan. She got you.
I
Pranked
played
you.
video games, and I was already at the Young Turks, another news network, and I wanted to get
Is
better
that what you call news?
off the cuff, because at the time when I was at the Young Turks, I would write all my scripts, and I just basically thought, I already play video games. This is an environment and an audience that is very diverse in their opinions, but unfortunately all of the commentary side of it was very right-wing, like incredibly right-wing. And I thought that the gaming space deserved better political voices, and I was already invested in it, so I just strapped on a camera to my PlayStation while I was playing Fortnite and just started talking about politics with a bunch of my other friends who were also journalists and activists themselves.
Is it ice cream
talking
though?
about the exact same issues that I'm talking about today.
Okay, because like that's too much cream.
Slowly but surely it
per
evolved
cookie.
from there.
So I don't know if you know this,
point.
but I have a pretty fucking
I
hardline take on Oreos. There's only
No,
one,
I don't.
There's only one, like, at the top. And like, so like as far as like the golden Oreos, like they're good and all, but they're just a slightly sweeter Snackwell cookie. And like, if you're gonna eat a cookie, I would rather eat a Snackwell if I want that type of like buttercream style light cookie. I would go Snackwell. And I ate, because those were the cookies my mom would buy for her lunch at work, so I've eaten so many Snackwells. I grew up eating those motherfuckers, right? Okay, but as far as Oreo goes, only classic, okay? The fucking cookie to cream ratio is absolutely perfect, and it's also absolutely perfect if you fucking put it in the milk, right? The cream is too thick on the double stuff if you eat it with the milk.
Yeah.
So it becomes a very weird texture.
Yeah. Okay.
That I
Here's a hot
think is
take.
like hot. It's not. It's the cream is too forward as compared to the dark cocoa.
Well, here's a hot take. I don't fucking like Oreos.
Well, that's why they have the blonde Oreos and shit for idiots like you.
Well, I don't like any of them.
But you're eating an Oreo sandwich right now.
It's ice cream. Fuck off.
Yeah. But
it's cookies and cream ice cream.
All Oreo is dark cocoa.
Well, that's probably why I don't like it.
So, that bitter cookie, it's because it's like so you like if you the darker your chocolate, the more bitter it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Better for you it is.
Bitter
I
of
think,
the cocos, and that's all it is. It's just fucking a compressed dark cocoa disc. And so anything that they put dark cocoa in, you can get that Oreo branding on it and make way more money. So like
people from different groups
because it's like a big company, right? So like any product they're gonna release that's gonna feature dark cocoa,
yeah,
it's Oreo now. It's all Oreo flavor. Dark cocoa is Oreo flavor. You'll never see like a dark cocoa type of ice cream or something like that. It will always be Oreo flavored. And nobody competes with it for some reason. Like nobody's like their competition isn't fucking putting out because like the fact that like the other fucking like Oreo knockoffs taste like shit. It's like, bro, just like what are you doing? Just fucking use dark cocoa. Why does it taste like this? This doesn't taste like dark cocoa. It tastes like a battery. You know what I mean? Like, Oreos taste exactly like dark cocoa. Just do that. Just make it taste like dark cocoa. What the fuck are you doing?
You put like different labels on you, attacking you. I think on our way here, I think
it's more the cream that I don't like, to be honest.
That's why I think that the standard Oreo is the best one. That said, the Thins are pretty nice too. So the Thins have even less cream and even less, like the cookie's slightly thinner, but it's a less cream ratio, higher cookie ratio than the regular Oreo. And they have a satisfying
snap,
like crisp to them because they're so thin.
Okay, that sounds better.
But like Oreo Cakesters, for example, right? It's just a fucking brownie with dark cocoa. It's brownie mix dark cocoa. It's a fucking Hostess cake.
Well, what I just had is literally just cookies and cream ice cream in a cookie.
And yeah, it's just in
with
dark cocoa.
But it actually has the Oreo patterning on the front.
That's what I'm saying though, is that anything that they want to make with dark cocoa, they're able to fucking put the Oreo branding on it.
Yeah.
And it's like if the same company didn't use the Oreo branding and it was just a dark cocoa branded type of thing, it wouldn't fucking sell like an Oreo sells. Like it's one of the most I think one of the most iconic best designed American products. I wouldn't say American foods because it's a product, let's be honest.
Yes,
it's not part of American culture, it's a product. But it's up there with Coca-Cola, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty up there with recognizable IP. It's other stuff like Doritos.
Well, I don't. Yeah, Doritos. They can get in on the Asian market pretty well. By the way, did we talk about this? That at one time Doritos released the plain Dorito.
We have an original, but it's just salted corn chip.
Okay, so you still have those.
Now it was a green.
They were
bag.
the same. So corn chips are cheaper, especially here.
Yeah, Tostitos are the best.
Yeah, just any kind. The Tostitos, any kind. They're cheaper than the Dorito, right? So they did the plain Dorito the same price as a nacho Dorito. But I will say the plain Dorito was a better corn chip than the other brands in the grocery store. I've had better especially when you get into the Mexican side of things, there's a lot of different types of corn chips. But the Doritos corn chip was very good, but it wasn't an extra few dollars good.
Yes.
And
we have
is it the same price as regular nacho Doritos for you? Because I just think that's wild. What are people doing?
Yes, it is.
Why?
But also, Australia is incredibly stupid, and all our corn chips are like $5 a bag.
Well, your corn isn't subsidized.
So this is... There you go. I was right. $5. So these are our sort of local corn chip. And then we have Doritos too.
Yeah, but just the regular salted ones.
I'll see if I have them.
Like, why would you pay for the regular salted corn chip style Dorito?
Same price.
See, that's just wild to me. Because there's cheaper corn chips at the store. Unless they're all that price.
Well,
then it's fine.
let's see.
Then your Doritos are actually as cheap as corn chips. The price isn't inflated for you. It's the price
Doritos
for other corn
$5?
chips. Oh, they are slightly more expensive. They're $5 a bag. See, they're an extra dollar
this
more.
one, no, the CCs were $5. They're on special.
Okay. So they're the same price. So why would you buy the store brand instead of the Dorito?
Hey, look at the Tostitos are $5.30, but they're on half price at the moment. There you go.
So the Tostitos are more expensive than the Doritos?
Slightly more, yeah.
Okay, what the fuck? That's wild.
and then
Okay,
you've got
anyway,
home brand.
Enough of this.
And these are dog shit. Home brand is all dog shit, especially from Woolworths.
Someone on Twitter calling you a liberal,
Yeah.
and someone call you a spy. Someone call you, people even from the leftist, socialists also criticize you. So I mean, how do you identify yourself? What would you prefer to call yourself, and how do you see this attack from different groups?
Well, I say I'm a leftist because I think looking at the material conditions and lack of class consciousness in America, I feel like leftist is the broad categorization because a lot of people who might have socialist tendencies don't even realize it because like the mass political movement in the country is liberalism. So most people self-identify as liberals, even if they do actually think, if you ask them directly, like, do you think you should have more autonomy in your workplace? They would say, yeah, of course, I like that. Do you think that the government should create a base level of material equality for all workers unconditionally? They say, yeah, I love that. That sounds like a great idea. So that ranges everywhere from even in a country like America with the capital of social democracy all the way to Marxist-Leninism. And so I just say
Cringe.
leftist. But yeah, it's not a secret. I'm a socialist. And as far as people on the right attacking me, that's a given. Liberals sometimes criticizing me, that's also a given. In most circumstances, they refuse to identify the same exact problems, and they think I'm being antagonistic to the left flank position in the country, which is the Liberal Democratic Party. And as far as the broader leftist movement goes, which is fairly tiny in the United States of America, that's also a given. Leftists always fight with one another. Socialists have historically always identified marginal delineations or ideological differences and have made that a massively consequential problem, even at moments when we have no power whatsoever.
Have those labels, attacks ever bother you? Because from my experiences, when I decided to go on social networks and talk about what I saw in China, and I saw huge amount of attacks and racist comments and mainly from everyone. So it bothered me for a really long time until one day I realized what I want to do is tell the stories.
Was that when you tried to co-op
I shouldn't be
Stop Asian Hate
won't
to
shut
be
me-
an
shut me up.
anti-CCP protest thing?
I went through this transition of
I wonder why.
mental
I'm sure there's
struggles.
plenty of
But
racism.
you are much
sure.
more
She's an enemy
influential,
fucking
but you're
agent, so people will justify it of that.
That is true, that people will justify it. Yeah, and you don't need to because she's so easy to criticize.
I would consider you're a really influential influencer. You see even bigger amount of attacks from everyone. So have you ever been through those same mental struggles?
Yeah, for sure. I think in the beginning, I always couldn't understand it. I was confused. Like people would be like, "Oh, you're this or you're that," when it was very clear that I didn't believe the things that people were saying. But at this stage in my career, I understand that it just comes with the territory. A lot of people would rather attack the false characterization of someone rather than the actual argument that they're presenting. In an effort to make it much easier to strawman someone. It is what it is. I think truth usually does end up prevailing in the long run. So I just stay the course. I'm a very stubborn person, and I think that is my secret sauce, if you will, where I just continuously hammer on the same issues that I care about and eventually people will find their way to arriving at those conclusions. And I've seen that throughout my career, whether it be on Israel-Palestine or even whether it be on liberals in America getting very frustrated with their lack of options. It's not going to happen with China, though. Within the Democratic Party, experiencing failure after failure, they inevitably come to the same conclusions that I've been yelling about for quite a while. So you just got to wait it out. Because at the end of the day, if you are true to yourself, true to your values, you can sleep comfortably at night. And also, people will, more often than not, come to the same conclusions, no matter how long it takes.
You just mentioned many Americans are feeling maybe hopeless, seeing less of options. So what are the struggles that some like young generations in the United States are experiencing? I think many people in China would want to understand.
Affordability, lack of hope in general. Everything is very costly.
Lack of hope.
Wages are...
This is not going to... The Chinese people are going to be like, wow, they're just like us.
It's a really funny point.
Relatively stagnant. There's no really... There's no
I don't
good
think
jobs.
This is made
Everything's
for Chinese
so expensive.
audiences.
You go to college and you take on $100,000, sometimes $150,000 in student loan debts because college is not free, which is ridiculous. And then you have healthcare on the other.
Uni's not free in China either. Whoops.
Other side, God forbid.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have to be quite wealthy. And it's quite competitive because there are very few university spots, like high-end spots. And it's very stressful. And kids basically work themselves to death just to get a spot in university. And then what happens when they don't?
Forbid. You take on $150,000 in debt to go to college. You can't get a job that is applicable to your degree. So you just take whatever job you can because now you have to.
What are people with bachelor degrees mostly doing in China, John? Do you know?
No.
Meep, meep. Food delivery.
Pay those student loan debts. And then if you lose
Do they
that
have
job,
horns
you
that
lose your
sound
health
like bald eagle screeches?
So there are very real fears on that front. And then also housing is incredibly costly in the country. Half of your wages are automatically going to your rent. And people just don't think, especially young people, don't believe that they will ever retire, and certainly not retire at a reasonable age. And they will never be able to own a home. So the notion of the American dream is completely lost. So a lot of people feel entirely hopeless.
Entirely hopeless.
Yes.
That's a pretty strong.
Oh, for sure. I think young people, like people my generation and younger, if you're under the age of 35, these are the pressures that you feel on a daily basis. There are very few people who are like, nah, everything is actually really great. I know so many people that are working in careers that previously would have been thought as like high-profile professional careers, highly specified jobs with a lot of training and a lot of experience. And a decade in, they feel stagnant. These are supposed to be like high-earning positions, and yet they have so much discontent, and they feel like things are too expensive.
Do you think they can make a change with the current circumstances with the U.S. government or policies?
I always have to assume that change is possible, or rather inevitable. Otherwise, everything I'm doing is for naught. So there is always an opportunity to make change. It's just, you just have to keep on pushing. And you have to continue the struggle. And especially in a place like America, where there is no labor militancy even. There's not a lot of organizing, at least even at this point. And it's been completely destroyed. Those networks have been eradicated in this country by force, where capital is won. It's very difficult, but we still keep going.
What do you see the China-U.S. relations right now? And do you think will eventually at a war? And how can we make people from those two countries understand each other better?
Dialogue is good. And I think the more Americans realize that their conditions are not as great and that their leaders are lying to them about how it's currently the greatest country on the planet. I mean, it is the wealthiest country on the planet, and yet there is nothing to show for it for the average, everyday working class person. And the more they recognize that and the more they look to other countries and communicate with the people from other countries directly without any sort of media filtering, the more they realize that like everyone is the same. They want a roof over their head, they want a hot meal, they want clothes to put on their back, they want a better future for their children, they want upward social mobility, they just want an easy life.
What race?
And they want a meaningful place on this planet. They want a good job. And that's the same whether you live in China or you live in the United States of America. And we have a lot more similarities and a lot more closeness with one another than we have differences. So dialogue, I think, is one of the best ways to do it. But like I said, as conditions worsen in America and people look to other countries, even in China, and they realize that maybe they weren't right about the way they perceive, everyday Chinese existence, the more they will think that they were lied to, hopefully yearn for something more from their own governments.
I saw China has been one of the very frequent topics in your videos, in your live streams. Like you analyze the governance of China, China's development, but in general, you always say like China, very positive things about China. And then there are people calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP paying you to do this, you're a CCP agent.
Yes, Tare?
Read the screen.
I was just about to say, crazy she said CCP instead of CPC.
For anyone unaware, a few years ago, the CCP spent quite a decent amount of effort to kind of get all their agents to get on board with using CPC so that anyone coming into the information space Googles CPC and it would generate results for Chinese articles and sympathetic to the Chinese government articles and would use that as a method of getting them down into the information sphere. I think Google now gives everything. I think it's now corrected it, and CPC also goes, did you mean CCP? And gives you results for everything. But it was look at it on Twitter. Twitter, it's everywhere on Twitter too. They did so much work to try and hide CCP's connection to anything. It's very entertaining. It's very interesting, actually, watching them all sort of universally just have this one singular goal of rephrasing the way that they refer to the party. It's very interesting.
To talk good things about China. So let me ask you, why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
I love
I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America as in a multipolar world is very impressive. And I think we should learn.
Hey, Hassan. Are you using GDP as a metric, perchance?
Mind your own business.
If you are using GDP as a metric, as this whole poverty alleviation thing, why is there such a massive wealth gap within China?
Mind your business.
Just seems very interesting that this policy that brought people out of poverty apparently coincides with the GDP. What about the groundwater? Is that usable yet?
Learn from that in the United States of America.
We should
look to that
if you
and
don't have
learn
access
some
to
lessons from that
clean water?
so that we can at least try and incorporate some of those lessons. And that's the reason why I always try to use China as
Didn't China change their standard for poverty as well? Like their standard was way lower?
You tell me, bro.
I'm gonna look that up.
As an alternative, as an example, because I also want high-speed rail in America. I want high-speed rail in America. I want Americans to not have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or potentially taking on medical bankruptcy, which is an insane concept to begin with and doesn't even exist in other OECD nations anyway. What I'm saying is I want Americans to wake up. And I think China is a decent example to showcase. Even though there is a tremendous amount of propaganda, ultimately, the results are there. And it's very difficult to argue against said results.
So the CCP didn't pay you to say all these things?
No, but it doesn't matter. I mean, people will say it regardless.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, I'm pretty straightforward. Like, I criticize the Chinese government as well, just like I criticize the American government when it's, like, worthy of criticism. It's just that I think we have to be honest. And the problem is a lot of people would rather be dishonest.
Hey, Hassan! Hi!
heighten
Hey, when
negative
China
aspects.
is ramming their ships into the Filipino fishermen, do you say anything? I don't think I've seen you say a single fucking word. What about Arunachal Pradesh, when China is trying to expand their borders into Indian territory? Or occupation of Kashmir? Or occupation of Tibet and the damming up of Tibet, which is affecting all downstream nations, including Vietnam? You talk about that? No? Curious.
Of foreign countries, while simultaneously totally understand.
What about their blatant use of nationalism? I know you're not a very big nationalist. Or is that because it's nationalism with Chinese characteristics, you're okay with it?
Why certain things happen in their country. So it is what it is. But they're just not used to someone being like, no, I don't think this is as consequential as you think it is. They just immediately assume like it's very black and white. There's no nuance. There's no nuanced thinking. If you don't automatically present China as a foreign adversary, they go, oh, that's crazy. I've never heard that before. But instead of being like a little bit curious about why I'm saying that, they automatically just shut it off.
Today is your second day, third day in Beijing?
Second
day in Beijing.
Yeah.
The first thing you did was go to the flag raising ceremony in Tiananmen Square. How was your feeling?
It was interesting. I mean, it's not for me personally. I'm not a very patriotic person in general. But what I found fascinating is that people from all around this massive country were traveling, sometimes for an entire day. I talked to an elderly woman there who said that she traveled for a whole day to come to the flag raising ceremony, something that happens every day in Tiananmen Square, and yet it was packed. And
You ever wonder why an old woman would be traveling across the country to look at a flag being raised above a picture of fucking Mao? Didn't click, did it, Hassan?
Because she wants to?
Do you think that the aunties hoard paper towel because they want to, or because it's a learned habit from when they had no food? Yeah, it's almost like you know how you see in Eastern Europe, you see all these old fucks demanding the Soviet Union come back. It's almost like they've got calcified brains and can't change.
Like you have these people who, like, my grandpa was a good conservative in World War II. What?
I find that fascinating, and I think it's because, especially for older Chinese people, I think they just have a lot of pride because they have seen this country dramatically change over the past couple of decades, and that gives them a sense of pride. And I wish we had something to be more proud about as well in the United States of America, rather than like the fake pride that people try to create around endless militarism.
I totally agree with what you said, especially for older generations.
Yeah.
Because I traveled to many rural regions in China to do stories about like the poverty alleviation, how they changed the villages. And I found the most patriotic Chinese people are in those regions, not necessarily in big cities. The people who are already pretty rich, people who are already pretty.
Wow. Rural people are more conservative and bootlicking? China or America are the exact fucking same country. What's next? Is China going to show a map
She's just
of
like me
little
for
blue
real.
cities? And then a map of all red country? And then we're going to say, land doesn't vote?
Like you already have everything, but they always complain about many things. But if you go to, say, Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Tibet, all those southwest China who used to be so poor, everyone I talk to, they are so patriotic. They wear the CPC badge voluntarily just because they feel like happy. I think just like you said, when you ask them like why you love the party so much, or why you feel so proud, so emotional.
What are these chairs that they're sitting in? They don't look comfortable.
I had no home in the back in the days. Or one person from an ethnic minority living in Yunnan, this auntie said, I used to run from wars, run from China to Myanmar, Myanmar back to China. I had no nationality. I was running, hiding in caves. But now I have a nationality as a Chinese living here.
Wait,
so like, of
what
course,
was she doing hiding in
telling
caves?
us, like young people, don't complain about anything because we
So you're
used to
part
have
of
nothing.
a-
So
maybe
exactly like
a
you said,
Red
those
Army?
people at the Tiananmen watching the flag
Running
raising
away?
ceremony, I guess, just like you described, they saw the most dramatic changes in their life. So they're emotional. I was very emotional every time I go to the flag raising ceremony.
Yeah.
So,
Like I said, it was an interesting
Well, that's 'cause you're a
experience for me. It's interesting to see that because that's not something that you can force people to do. You know what I mean? It's virtually.
You're right, Hassan. It requires decades of indoctrination. Kind of like how Americans did the Pledge of Allegiance to install decades of propaganda and bullshit to try and get nationalism into kids. China does it, that's cool.
Possible for I think a lot of Americans to comprehend, and I'm sure there are plenty of Americans who feel a sense of patriotism when they see, F-35s flying over a football field before a game. But like I said, what that represents is not a material improvement in their lives. Whereas I feel like for the average Chinese person, especially from an older generation, they have seen that material improvement in their lives, a dramatic improvement in their lives. So they have this sense of pride, which I found interesting to observe right there in person.
It's called nationalism.
what's your travel plan in China? Besides the cities you're visiting, do you have anything that you want to do on your travel list?
Yeah, high-speed rail. But aside from that, I want to see these major cities. I want to see all of these cities that are, they're all over TikTok, especially nowadays. Like I think the younger generation in America is like a lot more open-minded to coming to China and seeing it for themselves. But I see
shiny
the current
lights
status of China around the world as like maybe Japan in the 90s.
How many floors?
Where it was at its peak.
It looks like I'm on the ground floor.
How many ground floors does it have?
It looks like I'm on the ground floor, but really, I'm on the 22nd floor. Look, the train goes through the building! I can't wait. I'm so excited for those videos.
America, we have trains that go through buildings. They're called theme parks.
Peak, right? It was actually lapping America
Am I right?
in technological developments.
And
look,
I
wanted.
I'm just saying, right? National parks, national theme parks. Am I right?
It's a good idea.
Train go through building.
It's a good idea.
Now we just need
to see it for myself.
Spider-Man doing backflips over it, crashing into the building when the prop goes wrong.
Before it's established as the norm, pretty much.
And what's your goal
Oh my
for
God.
this long-awaited China trip?
It's basically to experience it for myself and to show that there are, you know, normal people here that are living their lives just like Americans are. And they have fun. They like to drink. They like to party. And
My brother,
we're not all
this
that
is
different from
haram.
one another. And it's not this like scary
So we can
dystopian
start-
country in the way that like a lot of Americans think.
Are you gonna live stream every day when you're in China?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I have been already.
Outdoor? Indoor and outdoor?
Indoor and outdoors, yeah. So I do my regular American political commentary, and then I go and experience something in the morning, usually around that time frame. Like tomorrow, we're going to be going to the Forbidden City.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're going to the
Brother
Forbidden
Spider-Man
City,
is
so that's
wanting
going to
to
be cool.
saving me
Wow,
from
okay.
crazy
Oh, it's
Iblis.
gonna be packed, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of people in China.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people everywhere.
If you think the people that you saw at the Tiananmen Square for the flag raising ceremony yesterday was a lot,
Oh, it's going to be.
come back during the summer, June, July. I was there with a friend who is also visiting China. We went there in the summertime. We went there at 3 a.m. It was packed, way packed than like what you saw because it's warmer.
Yeah.
And people are napping, sleeping on the ground,
Yeah.
waiting for and when they allow people to go to the flagpole, everyone was sprinting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, people were sprinting in the morning.
Speaking of sleeping on the ground, you know what's really cool? Working people so hard that they don't have enough time to go home, so they sleep on the ground out the front of a building. That's cool.
Yeah.
But, that being said, America also does that. And Japan does that, actually. Japan is pretty fucking bad with that. Their awful work
Sister Minnie, is that the name of the creator who does the Brother Spider-Man? Please tell me that's what it is. It's one of the funniest videos.
And it was like 30 degrees out, and people were just running.
Yeah.
Like preschoolers and elderly people were just booking it.
Oh my God,
as
it
soon as
is.
they opened the square, and then apparently people were like sleeping the night prior as well.
Yeah.
Just to get like front placement, which is wild. Yeah.
You have to get
I just
used
remember,
to, there's
like,
no personal space.
Her
in
entire
public.
channel is just like cat videos, and then there's that one-off thing that's like millions and millions of views. The
That's
rest
hilarious.
is just like cat vlogs.
Oh no, for sure. No, I've gotten used to that, definitely.
Okay.
Like Chinese people are very straightforward, and they will get up in your personal space.
Now many people realize people are very straightforward.
Yeah.
Yes, like my parents or grandparents, i.e., they will tell you not only because they are your kid, they will tell you like your
So, you know how they always say, China brought people out of poverty? It wasn't. It was extreme poverty to poverty. They rose them from extreme poverty to poverty. Great.
I haven't seen anything from her. I just have seen that video, and it was one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. Another funny one is the fucking camel that gets stuck in the car.
What the fuck?
You haven't seen that one?
No.
Oh, guess who's got it?
No idea.
CGTN.
Oh my god. How? How?
His car is fucking destroyed.
How the fuck does that even happen? I'm perplexed.
Like the car looks like when you beat the Street Fighter bonus stage. Like, the car is fucked.
I fucking love camels.
No one was injured during the incident. What about the camel?
The camel is unhappy.
Well, it shouldn't have fucking tried to climb in a fucking car. It was looking for food, you know, because people will throw food to the animals. So it was climbing in the car looking for food, just like a bear would.
Mm-hmm.
You know, bears do this to cars all the times here.
Yeah.
Because they can actually open the doors.
Yes, they can.
You got fat.
Yeah.
You got fat. Or like a foreign friend visiting. So, oh, you wear such a big size clothes.
Yeah.
So all these things so straightforward. But there's no bad intention at all.
I'll tell you a story. Right before we did
Oh, yes. Like my parents used.
and apparently
she's
people
saying
were like
her parents
sleeping
call her fat.
the night prior as well.
I think that's just a Chinese thing.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Yeah.
Just to get like front placement, which is wild. Yeah.
You have to get used to, like, there's no personal space in public when you're in China.
Oh no, for sure. No, I've gotten used to that, definitely.
Okay.
Like Chinese people are very straightforward, and they will.
I don't give a fuck.
They
This
will
Twitter's not
get
a
up
real
in your
place.
personal space.
Now many people realize people are very straightforward.
Yeah.
Yes, like my parents or grandparents, i.e., they will tell you, not only because they are your kid, they will tell you, like your friend, oh, you got fat.
Yeah.
You got fat. Or like a foreign friend visiting. So, oh, you wear such a big size clothes.
Yeah.
So all these things so straightforward, but there's no bad intention at all.
I'll tell you a story. Right before we did this interview, I
No
went to this
offense,
park,
but it sounds
and
like
at the
that's
park
some
they had the
fucking
dating
commie
resumes
gobbledygook.
on the ground. And it was fascinating.
That was such perfect timing.
bunch of old people. They bring their resumes of their daughters and their granddaughters, and they put it on the ground. And then a bunch of old people, they're like, "Oh,
Show me your bag of
I have a daughter."
secrets.
They talk to one another, and they try to set up these like relationships. They try to arrange them. And we went there to check it out, and an old man walked up to me, and I was there, and I had a translator, and the old man asked me like, "Oh, where are you from?" I said, "America." And he turned around and said, "Why don't you find an American girl then?"
Oh, really?
Yeah. What are you doing here? And he walked away. And I was like, damn.
I thought, they're like, oh, you're American? Okay, there's my daughter's resume.
No.
They will
No, he
bring
was like, he's like, what are you doing here? Go find an American girl.
Really? I'm very looking forward to hear more interesting stories that you're gonna have in China.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, seriously. So I will.
It was a weird interview.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Only story that I could find on this.
Do you watch TV when you're here in America? Do you ever watch TV?
No.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. Oprah or Springer?
I didn't say only news.
That would be Springer.
Oof, loud.
Yeah. Well, because we kept having
Establishing territorial control.
Because
No, that
every
needs to be
time you
loud.
pressed them, they would be fucked. Because we made them to blow out the decibels on purpose.
Yeah.
So Restream is seeing decibels being blown out, and it's like, whoa, we need to reduce the audio on this machine.
Yeah, and then I turned it off, and now I have control. I have control of my machine again.
Yeah, but now
That's
all the
what
ones
these
we made
indigenous
to get
guards-
blown out, that
So loud.
Because they must have progressively gotten quieter. You know, I probably started going downhill with, you know where it started probably going downhill? For the audio quality?
What? Maybe. Yeah, actually, it's a good guess.
That one was the first one that we really just blew out as a joke.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm going to cut 2 sound bites from that little clip. I'm going to cut the what are you talking about? Whoop. I should undo that and make a new timeline.
I can't believe Megyn Kelly said that shit.
Fucking crazy. 15. Fucking insane. Projects? Ah, that was a new project. I didn't want to do that. Go away.
In Toribio are doing to preserve their land from armed groups. Toribio is in the Cauca department in southeast Colombia. It has been one of the most affected by a resurgence of fragmented armed groups contesting territory for drug trafficking and other illegal activities.
Pues hoy han perdido, digamos, la vida.
Oscar is the leader here, and he's concerned about the rise in child recruitment in the past years.
Reclutamiento de menores.
We have seen an alarming rise in child recruitment lately. What we do is go to the guerrillas and try to get them back. We in our territories have the fundamental rights to protect our children.
The indigenous guard is in charge in this part of Colombia. They defend themselves with symbolic elements like batons and blue vests. There's a strong presence of a FARC dissident group in this area. Manning these checkpoints is very dangerous for them. They have been shot at in the past, and the indigenous guard is not carrying any weapons. Colombia's President Gustavo Petro came to power with a plan for total peace through disarming armed groups. But the rise in child recruitment shows how some of these groups are trying to rearm. And it's not just remnants of the FARC who laid down their weapons in 2016, but also the ELN and drug cartels like the Gulf Clan. We traveled across the Cauca region to meet some of the children who managed to escape. This girl is 15 years old and joined a group last year. In June, she managed to escape.
One of the children there told me, let's get out of here, but I was afraid, so I didn't. So he escaped, but he got caught. Right there in front of us, they brought a rifle and shot him in the head.
Most of the children we spoke to say that those who try to leave face a war council and are executed. The UN says child recruitment rose by more than 30% in the past year. Luhneri has been working with children who escaped. She currently has more than 40 in her care.
We currently have a file with at least 816 cases with their names and data, but we also have to know that there are many in those groups that we don't know who they are or where they are. Their families don't report it because they are afraid.
The Colombian government and indigenous guards are facing a growing threat from armed groups as they battle for more power. And those groups are increasingly using children as part of their strategy to fill in their ranks. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Cauca, Colombia.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
So yeah, child soldiers in Colombia, huh?
Yeah. Send me the link.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace.
Link to what?
That video. I said
Oh,
send me the link to this video, please.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Hold on.
Let
You
me
should
ask
be
you
able to get it
something,
from
please.
the watch history. But here it is. Keep an eye on that.
Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Belém, Brazil, the gateway to the Amazon, where the UN Climate Summit is taking place. The answer is us. That was the slogan as hundreds of indigenous leaders from the Amazon across the region gathered in the streets of Belém Monday outside the UN Climate Summit venue, where delegates from over 190 countries continue negotiations. These are some of the voices from the streets of Belém.
Estamos aquí
We are here fighting for our land, for our wildlife, for our birds that are facing extinction. We are here at this COP for results. We ask that Brazilian President Lula come and demarcate the land so that the illegal miners don't enter our land and our river.
We are here claiming our rights, defending our forests, defending our animals, where we have survived all these years. We need to be recognized by the world as great guardians of the forest.
As indigenous protests continue here in Belém, the government of Brazil has announced the creation of 10 new indigenous territories in response to demands from protesters. There are more than 900 indigenous delegates accredited here at COP90, the highest number at any UN climate summit. We're joined now by Diana Chavez. She is a member of the Pastaza Quechua Nation, head of international affairs and organizations for Paquiru, which is based in Ecuador's Amazon, arrived in Belém 3 weeks ago. Can you talk about where you're from in Ecuador? And despite the fact that there is a massive number of fossil fuel lobbyists, this is also the gathering of the largest number of indigenous people since the COP began 30 years ago. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everyone, for listening to us. Yes, it has been. I have been here for 3 weeks. I'm from Ecuador, from the Amazon region in Ecuador, specifically from the province of Pastaza, where there are 7 indigenous groups living there that we already declare our land, our territories free.
This is like the Central American like body paint stuff. I fucking love it. Like all the people throughout like the Darien Gap region.
Is it paint or tattoos?
They're paint, but they do it with like sticks and ink.
Oh.
I have a friend who does it, and it's in the Darien Gap. Region, specifically.
Megan!
Hang on, send that to me so it's just the Megan without the laugh. Just put it on the drive.
The drive.
I'll clean it up real good.
It's already on the drive.
Cool.
I already have this one. And sorry, I also have this one.
What are you talking about? And I realize this is...
If you can clean those up and pull Megyn Kelly out of that would be great.
Just the first one with the laugh.
Okay.
I can clean up. If my computer crashes, it's because I'm watching Resolve.
Okay.
Megan!
From oil extraction, any extractive activities. So it has been, we know that at least 500 indigenous people from all over the world have accreditation to come here to the blue zone because there is, it's kind of hard to come in, and there is the green zone where more indigenous people are. For example,
you're talking about areas of the UN summit where people have to have special passes to come in.
Yeah, we have special passes, and you can come in and at least listen to the negotiations, listen what the parties are talking about, just transition, for example. As an indigenous people and part of the indigenous caucus, we are seeing the just transition program that if it's not just transition, if our territories are going to be zones of sacrifice, for example, or if countries that talk here international talking about how they are doing things to fight climate change, but in their countries have an agenda that promotes oil or mining extraction, for example.
Can you talk about what it means that indigenous organizations are pushing for their land rights to be incorporated into national climate targets?
What we're saying is that the demarcation of our lands is a way to preserve and fight against climate change. It's a mechanism. So we want that to be part of the agenda to fight climate change because it's not recognized, it's not part of the programming to invest in the money to the demarcation of land. So there are so many groups of indigenous people that doesn't have legal recognition of their land. In Ecuador we have it, but there are so many other indigenous groups that don't have it. So
she said demarcation, yeah?
Go back and listen again.
there are so many groups of indigenous people that doesn't have legal recognition of their land. In Ecuador we have it, but there are so many other indigenous groups that don't have it. So that's why we're fighting for that. Because it's not recognized, it's not to preserve and fight against climate change. It's a mechanism. So we want that to be part of the agenda to fight climate change because it's not recognized, it's not part of the programming to invest in the money to the demarcation of land. So there are so many groups of indigenous people that doesn't have legal recognition of their land. In Ecuador we have it, but there are so many other indigenous groups that don't have it. So that's why we're fighting for that. Because we have seen now, and there is data that shows that all of the indigenous territories here in the Amazon region are well preserved, have the most biodiversity, and we are saving the world. The Amazon basin, it's saving the world right now because we have the rain, the rivers, the biodiversity, and keeping with the carbon dioxide, for example, we capture or forests are capturing. So that's why we're having these conversations about carbon bonds, about the funds to finance climate change, for example.
Can you talk about how human rights intersects with indigenous and environmental rights? I mean, land protectors, particularly indigenous protectors, have been the hardest hit, the most killed. It is so dangerous to be an environmentalist in the indigenous community today.
Yeah, so yes, thank you for saying that. It's hard, like for example in Ecuador, our indigenous leaders have been criminalized and there are created some laws that can target or people and be accused of terrorism, for example. Here at the COP, what we're saying is we're requesting in every part of every program that the parties are talking to recognize and respect the free, prior and informed consent and to end the persecution of our land defenders, for example.
Can you talk about the policies of Noboa in Ecuador, of Milei in Argentina, who Trump is bailing out now to the tune of $20 billion, and particularly their policies around indigenous people and climate?
Yeah, looks like something is happening here in South America. There is an agenda behind these governments, this right that comes from the right wing. For example, we see that when Noboa, the president of the Ecuador, in this year he passed around 5 laws, which one behind another. So it was very hard to keep up, even for organizations that work in human rights, to keep up and say something or have a meeting with the committees that were in charge of this law. So this law were to protect and having released to protect the government, to help them to have this agenda for oil extraction, for mining, for example, but it's against our lands, for example, and many of these laws have articles that said, for example, that if you oppose to mining, or your organization can be closed for 4 years and you've lost the legal representation. So we need to inform this to the people and we need to let them know that something is happening in Ecuador. This agenda of these governments that are from the right wing, it's really against indigenous rights.
Diana Chavez, we also want to ask you about the vote that just took place on Sunday, the referendum. Voters have rejected the proposed return of foreign military bases, including those operated by the United States. About two-thirds of votes cast in Sunday's election.
You know what I think? Really? What I want to
Convert
do
to
to
nuclear?
fossil fuels?
Burn them?
No, I
Just
fucking
let me
can't
kill
stand them.
Dino machines.
He's dead, right? Didn't he die?
No, both times that I said it, you're laughing through it.
Yeah. It was too hard. I tried. I looked at it too hard.
Yeah. Oh well.
Ballot measure backed by President Danielle Noboa, an ally of President Trump. Voters also rejected Noboa's attempts to rewrite the Constitution to weaken labor and environmental standards.
Yes, people, I'm so happy, so happy. I was crying on Sunday that we won. The people in Ecuador said 4 times no. It was a clear rejection to this imposed decision. And I would like to mention that this was a victory, a dignity of our lives. This was for the people of Imbabura, the indigenous people from Imbabura, but because they were fighting and resisting for almost 1 month against the government, we have a march over there. And this referendum, the results of this referendum shows that at least this goes for the people that were killed during the protest. And I would like to say that also this shows how people are realizing the agenda of this government, and also people want peace, real peace, not laws that says that they are going to they talk about security, but doesn't show what are the plans to fight against illegal mining, for example. So the people of Ecuadorian was wise, and we both know, and we won now. The rights of nature are staying. We are going to be, Ecuador is going to be one of the examples how you can write a law for the rights of nature and how you can keep with the collective rights of the indigenous people.
Can you talk about the markings, your tattoos, and their significance, and also the meaning of your beautiful necklace and earrings?
Great questions,
Okay.
Amy.
Let me just say that
I wanted to know.
I have been here for 3 weeks, walking and talking with the indigenous caucus. All the indigenous people from all over the world, the 7 social cultural regions, we met, we talk, and we have consensus. And we see that as indigenous people, we can have a consensus, and it's hard to see how the countries, the parties, cannot get a consensus. So at least we're showing, because there is one thing that we are together and we're joined, is our land. So we're fighting to keep our territories in that way. And since I'm from the Amazon region, of course we use some ornaments that comes from the forest, and those are the feathers of some birds, the toucan birds. And these red things are seeds that help us to protect us from bad bites, for example. And of course, I'm using my face is painted with huito, that's how we call it in Quechua. That protects us also if we are going to the war, for example. This is a way to scare our enemies.
Finally, I wanted to ask you about California and your connection to it. California, the world's 4th largest economy, a top importer of Amazon oil, particularly from Ecuador. How has this impacted the indigenous people of the Amazon? And talk about the campaign, California lawmakers seeking to curb imports from the Amazon. There was a large group of California legislators here.
Yeah, thank you. Around 2 months ago, maybe, we were able to go to California, some of our representatives, and the Waurani people also, we were there. I would really appreciate that the Congress from California, they give us a voice, and we were able to talk about what you're just saying. So I know that they released a statement asking the government of California to check of how many the business that they're having with Ecuador, and at least to stop any oil that comes from the Amazon region, which is very good. So we like to say that. about that.
Well, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Diana Chavez is a member of the Pastaza Quichua Nation, head of international affairs and organizations for Paquiru, an indigenous organization based in Ecuador's Amazon. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you...
I love
Al
you.
Jazeera podcasts.
Today, are U.S. federal immigration agents operating as secret police?
This is not law enforcement. This is becoming an American Gestapo.
Agents routinely conduct violent arrests
say
without
Gestapo.
identifying themselves.
Shoot Staffel.
Lawmakers
Been
and even
noticing.
the FBI say it needs to stop. So why is it happening anyway? I'm Natasha Del Toro, and this...
Not sure if you've been seeing, because I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned. But lots of Nazis crying because a Nazi got deported. Lots of people demanding retaliatory...
Well, he was securing the future for their white children.
Retaliatory deportations in recompense for a Nazi being deported. This is what people are demanding.
Do you think...
This is what Drew has been demanding.
Do you think this presenter is also the quilter?
Yes. She looks like someone who would quilt.
Yeah, just, you know, it might be something like she could take care of an elderly person or something, you know?
That's true.
Stick it
That is
together
always
for family.
possible. She
It's all
does
about
strike
the
me
family.
as a crafty type. She got her knitting sticks and shit. Sits down in her comfy blanket. Watches TV and knits.
I mean, it's a great background. Like, it's like...
Oh, it's great.
It's mirrored on itself, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, breaks the asymmetry, and then she's also not perfectly center, it looks like. But she's perfectly center with the divide in the wall.
No, she is centered to the camera.
Okay.
Because I was looking at the restream screen, but I'm looking at the YouTube now.
Okay.
And she is centered. Get in there.
This is The Take.
What take?
Before we continue with today's show, don't forget to leave us a comment and let us know what you think about this episode and what kinds of stories that you'd like to see us do next time. And if you're listening on the podcast app, let us know where you're listening from and leave us a 5-star review while you're there.
No.
It helps people find the show.
I will like
I'm Hannah Alam. I'm a reporter at ProPublica. I'm based
Hi,
out of the
Hannah.
Washington, D.C. bureau, and I cover national security with a focus on counterterrorism and immigration in the counterterrorism world.
Welcome to The Take. Just really excited to have you here. It feels like every single day now, there's a new disturbing video of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, conducting violent arrests of suspected undocumented immigrants.
Violent confrontation caught on video involving masked federal agents in Santa Ana.
And witnesses say a man was beaten with a baton and pepper sprayed in broad daylight yesterday.
You can see agents violently forcing one of the men to the ground, while one of the officers repeatedly strikes that man with a baton.
This is a trend that I started following earlier this year when I was working on a documentary for the program Al Jazeera Fault Lines about ICE.
Yeah, that was me. I'm trying to see if I can get it lower. That was not quieter. Fuck.
And Trump's immigration crackdown. But what stood out to me from the people that we talked to, and now from other communities that are being targeted, is that many of these people don't even know who is arresting them or why they're being arrested. What exactly is going on here?
That's
Hey.
exactly what we sort of set out to find out because, like everyone else, we had seen this series of dramatic videos come out of these immigration raids, people being yanked off the street by masked agents, bundled into vans with no plates, taken to who
Okay.
knows where.
Let's try this. Ready? Prepare your ears. Didn't change shit. Okay.
As bystanders are just stand around saying, what just happened? And so my colleague, Dave McSwain, and I wanted to take a step back from the drama of those videos and kind of ask, how did we get here? What happened to transform ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, into this kind of force that we're seeing in these videos? And to do that, we called a lot of policing experts. We called experts on authoritarianism. And we said, what are we seeing here? And they said, we're really seeing the advent of a new kind of policing. This is a new frontier in law enforcement where this kind of protocol is now allowed, and it reverses a long history of moves toward greater accountability and greater transparency.
This seems like something new that's happening, which is what your piece explores, you and David McSwain's piece explores. And it starts with the story of a raid in California. What happened?
We started the piece with this raid out of Santa Ana, and my colleague Dave had obtained the 911 calls that were coming in to the local authorities when federal agents swept into town on one of these immigration raids. It was over the summer, I think in June, and people were seeing these scenes play out in front of them, people being bundled off right in front of them. And you can kind of hear the confusion, the fear in these 911 tapes. People are saying things like, what kind of police go around with no tags? Hey, I just saw a guy getting bundled into the back of a van and it doesn't say ICE. And I remember this one man said, do we just run from them? Just people calling 911 to ask, what do we do? Because like he said, they hadn't seen this kind of force in this kind of conduct on the streets before, with people, sort of being bundled into cars and driven off in the middle of the day. So this was very frightening. Some local officials in Santa Ana followed up on these residents' concerns. They asked, what can we do? Can we do a no masking ordinance? Can we force them to stop this? And they were told, no, these are the federal authorities. They come in and this is their protocol.
Hannah, I guess my question is, is this legal? Like these masked agents coming in with plain clothes in unmarked vehicles?
Well, there's
What
the
rules,
legality
you
and then
sons
there's the
of
optics,
bitches?
right? So on the legality part, of course, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE and other immigration authorities, they argue that it is legal. Homeland Security defends this practice, and they push back on any characterization of a secret police force or a shadowy police force. And they say, look, the masking is necessary because we've seen a sharp rise in attacks on our agents and facilities. And there have been some well-documented attacks.
Stop trying to fight this president and this administration on every turn and restore law and order. That's all that we and
You got some shit on your face.
ICE are trying to do.
But the people who are studying the broader pictures, the issue of police and public trust and law enforcement, they see something very different happening. And whatever the courts decide, and the legality is being hashed out in the courts as California and other places push back and they are trying to set some parameters through the courts. While that legal part is playing out, we are still left with the optics. And so people who study democratic backsliding toward authoritarianism, people who study security forces in repressive states, they say this is a dangerous move toward authoritarianism, and this is the kind of thing we just don't have in the United States traditionally. They see the advent of what they have called an unaccountable and unfettered national police force that operates in near total anonymity on the orders of the president. And to a lot of people, that crosses a bright red line in the United States.
I'm just curious, though, is it unprecedented? I mean, again, for me, it seems very new. For other people that I've talked to that cover immigration, it seems very new. But is this sort of an unprecedented thing in the United States?
Well, there was one federal judge in looking at these court challenges about on the legality issue, who issued a really blistering critique in his ruling. It went viral. This is a Reagan appointee to the federal bench.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Republican appointee. So, and he was just blistering in his ruling, saying this is not the United States. Masks are the domain of sort of scoundrels and the Ku Klux Klan, and that has no place in our state and our policing as we try to build public trust and accountability.
That's what they are.
And 2 weeks ago, you saw the
That's what
FBI
ICE
urged
is.
ICE agents
They're-
to identify
they're the
themselves.
KKK.
You know, after people were falsely posing as ICE and then robbing, kidnapping, or sexually assaulting people. I mean, if you can't confirm who these people are, I mean, that could really lead to all kinds of problems.
Yeah, that was a really interesting acknowledgement from the government. Basically, I think the publication Wired first published it. It was this FBI bulletin acknowledging, noting these at least 5 incidents where imposters posed as immigration agents, presumably for nefarious reasons. And so, again, it shows how this kind of policy can be exploited by bad actors. And so I thought what was really extraordinary about that bulletin was that, in public, we have Trump administration officials defending the policy of masking and saying it's necessary for all those reasons. We've got to protect our agents. But then in private, or at least in this one FBI bulletin, we do hear that there are concerns, even in the administration, about the erosion of public trust and what it means to have potential criminals going around posing as ICE and immigration agents because of the masking, essentially.
Right.
Wait.
And we've spoken at length about the...
But aren't the ICE agents people who are also criminals posing as agents? Pose as a narc? What do you mean pose as a narc? Can't hear you.
I'm muted right there. Well, the Proud Boys aren't around anymore. I wonder where they are.
Well, they were feds, so...
Yeah, well, they're all in ICE now. They traded their Hawaiian shirts for shitty vests that they wear around their stomachs.
Arrest. But what happens after someone is detained? I mean, do we see the same level of secrecy then?
Camps.
It kind of depends on case by case, region to region. There's a few things going on. When someone's arrested, I mean, whether you can find them or not depends on sometimes just very basic things. Was their name entered correctly? Was there a misspelling or anything in how they were recorded? Who was the arresting agency? Sometimes if masked, unidentified authorities show up and take you off, I mean, maybe you assume it's ICE, it might not be. There are also partner agencies. So locating who even took you. And then, and then there's also, we're dealing with a huge influx of people. We are at a record high number of detainees in ICE custody, 66,000 people now sitting in ICE detention, up from, I think, 39,000 at the beginning of the year. So that's just a lot of people to keep track of.
There was a particular case that you looked into in Hays County, Texas.
Local civil rights groups are demanding some answers. They want to know what happened to nearly 50 people who were picked up in an ICE raid and where those individuals were taken.
What happened there?
This was a birthday party, a joint birthday party. Venezuelan families had rented this vacation property. And then in the early hours of the next day, there was an immigration raid, and authorities who said that they were acting on suspicion that they...
The fucking Airbnb landlord. 100% called them. 100%. They just magically turned up? That's too coincidental.
That this party was a gathering, or somehow the people there were involved in the transnational gang Tren de Aragua. And so that was the justification for this raid. They hauled off nearly 50 people, including 9 children, 9 minors.
They arrested kids at this birthday party.
They took everybody into custody, almost everyone. And it took weeks, I think even months, for everyone to
Not a good time for that one.
tracked down. I'm not sure that everyone is actually accounted for, because people have different statuses, different, you know, they were taken to different places. They have different attorneys. It was, you know, just sort of a logistical nightmare for immigration attorneys trying to find these folks, represent them, see that due process is playing out. And then we spoke to a local official there in Hays County 6 months after the raid, who told us he still has no idea about, you know, where exactly everyone is, and they have no evidence of any sort of gang-related information or evidence that's been provided to them. So as he told us, as he told my colleague, David, this is a definition of a kidnapping.
Oh my gosh. They haven't even been able to prove that the people they were arresting and the kids were somehow affiliated with this gang?
Yes, that is just a case where even in some high-profile raid like this, where nearly 50 people are taken, months later, there's still not a lot of clarity on what happened or why. Why were these people targeted? And where's the evidence that shows this gang affiliation that the authorities alleged? We did ask DHS and others about that particular raid, and they didn't get back to us.
More with Hannah after the break.
Surprise, surprise.
So, Hannah, let's talk a little bit about maybe some background here about ICE. This is an agency that's been around for over 20 years, right? And immigration advocates have criticized it from the beginning. But today, more than half of Americans disapprove of what the agency is doing and saying that it's too forceful. So how did the agency get here?
That's what we were asking these experts on policing and security forces. How did this transformation happen? And there were lots of policy decisions and changes, big and small, but we kind of narrowed it down to 3 main issues that led to kind of the scenes we're seeing today. The first is the dismantling of oversight mechanisms, especially, you know, the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at Homeland Security. It's the CRCL office. Civil rights investigators would look into violations. That office is all but gone. Secondly, there was the masking that we've been talking about, these protocols. So again, if you're pushing for accountability, you have to start with who arrested me. And in some cases, they don't even know that. So it's again a barrier to accountability and due process, according to immigration attorneys. And then the third step was really just this flooding of the zone with immigration officers. Just this tempo, the stepped up raids, several cities at once. And the influx, the volume has just overwhelmed what remaining oversight infrastructure there is. Much less, you know, these immigration attorneys who are now just, you know, overwhelmed with the caseload, and say that it's simply impossible and a numbers game, you know, to make sure that due process is followed for tens of thousands of people who are being rounded up.
You need a lot of agents to detain that many people. So how has the agency grown its numbers? And, you know, is there anything interesting about their recruitment materials?
Sure. ICE has been on a recruiting and hiring blitz, and they have the money to do it on top of the annual, I think, $10 billion operating budget. There is a new allocation of $7.5 billion a year over the next 4 years just for recruiting and retention. So in this agency's recruiting push, they have
Well,
dropped
they've got the money.
educational standards. They have dropped requirements related to age and experience. And so they're really trying to get people in uniform and out on the street. And even veteran ICE agents and Homeland Security personnel, they say, this makes me really uncomfortable. I like to, we like to keep up to professional standards, and we're worried that so many new recruits with an abbreviated training period, a dismantled oversight system, this sounds like a recipe for some problems. And so
Yeah, no
even
shit.
within law enforcement communities, there's concern there. Then you get to the
Get this
messaging
travesty off
of
the
the
screen.
posters and these recruiting, memes and images, and those have come under fire. People who study white nationalist propaganda, researchers who study white power movements, they have been very concerned about the tone and the imagery in a lot of the ICE recruiting messaging. Things like protect your homeland, your heritage, and imagery of kind of an idealized version of a white American family or square-jawed white American agent out defending you. And, they say that this plays into tropes of, related to the conspiracy theory that white people are being replaced and, all of these other sort of far-right and white nationalist propaganda, basically, that is echoed in some of these materials, according to people who study them.
So, Hannah, there's been a lot of scathing language used by officials to describe ICE. You have U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett from Texas that's compared it to, quote, slave patrols. You also have the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, calling it secret police. Now, you've actually been a foreign correspondent in the Middle East and in some countries that do actually have secret police. So I'm curious, how much water do these comparisons hold?
Well, I think it's very jarring for Americans who haven't had that,
That was a great leading question. Didn't tell you what to say, but told you exactly what to talk about. That's perfect. Like, listen to the wording. This was perfect.
I'll go Brandon Johnson calling it secret police. Now, you've actually been...
Two lots of context there. Two examples.
A foreign correspondent in the Middle East and in some countries that do actually have secret police.
An appeal to make sure that you understand that she has experience.
So I'm curious, how much water do these comparisons hold?
And then,
well, I think it's
perfect question. Simple, beautiful, perfectly executed. And there should be a perfectly succinct answer.
Very jarring for Americans who haven't had that, experience of living in a place where authorities can sort of roam the streets and come right up to you and say, show me your papers. I saw someone online, on a social media post saying, oh my gosh, we've become a show me your papers country. When I am reporting in authoritarian countries, I make sure, do I have my passport on me? Do I have my papers? Am I out reporting? And this is the first year that in the United States, I, an American citizen who was born here, have thought to myself, I should really make sure that I have my ID on me, especially as I go out to interview people at immigration centers or, at protests and things like that. I mean, and that is, when I realized I was doing it, it's kind of like an eerie feeling, like, oh, I've felt this before, just not here.
I want to talk a little bit about, this isn't how we got here. After the murder of George Floyd in 2020, we saw a massive push toward more transparency, towards police accountability and oversight. So what does it mean that just 5 years later, masked agents can arrest people and detain them in unknown locations?
Well, I mean, already, even before, Trump came back to the White House, I mean, there were grumblings about the, what was really accomplished in 2020 with those racial justice protests all around the country, really historic uprising against police use of force and the police killing of unarmed Black people. And as a result, there was more attention. There were these consent decrees issued in the Biden era. That's where the Justice Department can sort of monitor a police department or an agency that has been accused of systematic civil rights violations. And so they launched those kinds of investigations and set benchmarks for improvement. Well, even before the immigration raid started, or I suppose at the same time, when President Trump came back to the White House, in May, they ended most of those consent decree relationships. And so already you had this sort of move away from addressing those civil rights violations and the deprioritizing of the civil rights question. And then on top of that, you add this police force, essentially, that's going around, legions of masked agents rolling around cities in unmarked cars, taking people off the street. And so, yes, I think for a lot of activists, a lot of observers of policing and law enforcement, this feels like a very dangerous backslide.
Do you see any resistance to the trend that's currently happening?
Well, I mean, activists are certainly organizing neighborhood watches, essentially.
Great.
Neighborhood watches used to be, when you called the police because you saw criminal activity. Now we're seeing neighborhood watches forming to alert residents of law enforcement, specifically these immigration agents coming into an area. So there's apps that, alert to the presence of ICE agents. There are court challenges to this. We are going to be covering the court cases, the organizing, the local mobilizations, the things like the No Kings protests that happened, where I was out in the crowds that day, and I saw many, many signs held up by ordinary people there with their families saying, no secret police, no Stasi, no Gestapo. I mean, that's the kind of comparisons that ordinary Americans were making as they see these scenes and felt moved to take to the streets in these mass protests to say, this is not the America I know, and it's not one that I want to live in.
That was great.
Administration is increasing pressure on Venezuela, accusing President Nicolas Maduro's regime of trafficking drugs to the U.S. 15,000 U.S. soldiers are now stationed in the region. There are also 15 U.S. naval vessels off the Venezuelan coast, including the United States' largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, which can carry up to 90 planes. The U.S. has also quietly been reactivating the long-abandoned Roosevelt Roads Naval Base on the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico. Upgrades to the base suggest the U.S. is preparing for sustained operations that could support a possible confrontation with Venezuela. DW's Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber reports now from Ceiba in Puerto Rico, where the former Roosevelt Roads Naval Base is located.
For years, these were the only planes that residents of Ceiba in northeastern Puerto Rico ever saw around this area, a mural on the wall outside a local sports bar.
That changed when the Pentagon decided to send dozens of F-35 fighter jets that you can see here right behind me that are operating on a daily basis from a naval base, one of several bases that the U.S. has here in Puerto Rico, a strategic point for the White House's efforts to increase pressure on Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro.
And it's not just planes arriving at Roosevelt Roads Naval Base, reopening for the first time since 2004. Crews have been upgrading taxiways and setting up tents. Communications gear and a mobile air traffic control tower have also been set up, this footage from a Reuters investigation shows. The sense of a military buildup is palpable in this town.
This base brought a lot of advantages. We want the military movement because they're here to defend us. Whoever comes to throw bombs at us, they're here to defend us.
The noise might be a problem now because there were years without the military base. But people get used to them, especially in this town.
La gente se impone a los judíos. Y más en este pueblito.
The base brings jobs.
When the first jets arrived in September, there was concern about the base's location, the mayor of Ceiba told us.
Having this naval base here means there was already military presence here. But when these planes first arrived, there was concern among residents of our town, since we know that these planes have specific missions.
He dismissed concerns the base creates an additional risk in case of a direct military confrontation.
We are already in the spotlight because we are a U.S. territory, but having them here puts us at ease because U.S. technology is very advanced.
Further south, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, arrived in the Caribbean with dozens of warplanes on board. Critics argue that the goal of Operation Southern Spear, as it's known, is not only to stop drugs trafficking, as the Pentagon says. Many suspect Washington is aiming for regime-changing Caracas. But even with US President Donald Trump recently expressing willingness for dialogue with Venezuela's Maduro, the uncertainty over a potential military confrontation between the US and Venezuela remains. And in Ceiba, Puerto Rico, many residents fear that if this happens, they'd feel it here too.
Well, let's go now to our correspondent, Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber. He is in Ceiba, Puerto Rico this evening. Benjamin, where do people there, where do they see this military build-up leading to? Are they worried about what could happen?
So nobody here in Ceiba that we spoke to over these last couple of days is indifferent to what has been happening here. This arrival of these F-35 fighter jets, also several helicopters. We saw some cargo aircraft on this base here right behind us, but especially the older generation has many memories, as we also just heard there in the piece of the time, when there were many stationed here. It was one of the biggest bases actually here in the region. For the youngers is, of course, the sound that they hear all day round with these F-35 fighter jets. But for many, there isn't concern. Not only what a military escalation with Venezuela would look like, but also...
Do you know how many sick fucking photos you could get if you lived in this town? Like, just get yourself a camera and go fucking sit down there for a couple days and just snap sick photos. Sell them.
Also, if this could damage the relation that Puerto Rico, that is a U.S. territory, has with other countries in Latin America.
And I want to get your take and what you're hearing from people there about what the president says. He says that the increased U.S. military presence is all about battling the region's drug cartels. But isn't this level of a military buildup, isn't it rather disproportionate? I mean, if fighting drugs is Washington's goal, shouldn't they be doing something different?
That's right, and many are following what is happening with these strikes, this very controversial strikes on alleged drug boats, what's happening with the USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier that was also close to Puerto Rico in this last couple of days. And even though many want to see Nicolás Maduro out of power in Venezuela and Caracas, want to see a political change, they are not quite sure how that can be achieved. We have seen this pressure being increased not only by the White House, also by the State Department, by saying that this cartel de los soles that they say that Nicolás Maduro is orchestrating, is in charge of, will be designated a terrorist organization. That would mean that Nicolás Maduro for the U.S. would be a terrorist as well.
President Trump has floated, just the last few days, the possibility of talks with Venezuela's President Nicolás Maduro. Could this defuse what is an increasingly tense situation in the region?
So if we remember last week, many were closely following this, thinking there could be imminent strikes. We've seen these pictures of this show of force of these several ships in the Caribbean with the fighter jets flying along with them. We had some of them in the piece there too. It's not quite clear what the White House wants to talk about with Nicolás Maduro, where this conversation would actually happen, on which level. We've heard that Maduro is open to talking to White House officials, But we have to remember here again that he accused the U.S. of inciting a war. He said that Washington is interested in the oil reserves that Venezuela has. So we might see some movement there too after this show of force and after this changes, not only here on this base in northeast Puerto Rico.
Miss No Regime Change is now in the regime wanting regime change. Good one, Tulsi. Really stepping up there on your principles.
But also on other several bases that the U.S. has here, we've seen ships arriving and also many changes being upgraded, bases being upgraded for an arrival of what could be even more troops here to this island of Puerto Rico.
DW's Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber in Ceiba, Puerto Rico. Benjamin, as always, thank you.
They doing Civ for real.
Strike group has now entered the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Navy making that announcement a short time ago. The USS Gerald Ford is set to join major military exercises that are scheduled to begin today off the coast of Venezuela. The U.S. has already put more than a dozen warships and 15,000 troops in the region as tensions with Venezuela continue to rise. We've got full coverage for you. CNN senior reporter Betsy Klein is in Florida, where the president is spending the weekend. We're hearing from the Secretary of the Army today. What is he saying about Venezuela?
Well, Frederica, there have been weeks of threats from President Trump as the U.S. has been amassing resources in the region. And the president's administration has launched at least 20 strikes on alleged drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean since September. President Trump himself has said that he has authorized the CIA to operate in Venezuela. And we understand, according to reporting from our sources, that the president has been briefed a number of times in recent days, at least 3 times last week, on a range of...
Would Venezuela release videos of... Well, first of all, would Venezuela execute CIA agents?
No, they would arrest them. You want to arrest... So first of all, agents might be spies. Right, they would be the spies inside Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
So those people maybe you could, to deter people from becoming agents. But if any operatives from other countries are in your country, you want to arrest them. The leverage you have by having one of their fucking big time fucking assets in custody. That's the whole point of October 7th, you know?
Yeah, true. It's a fair point. It'd be funny if Venezuela was just like, we got your man. What up? And especially now that they're just like, hey, we're sending the CIA in. Like, surely they got to be digging.
Options to move forward. That includes the possibility of airstrikes on military or government facilities in Venezuela, as well as drug trafficking routes, as well as what could be a more direct attempt to oust the country's president, Nicolas Maduro. The president told reporters Friday that he'd made up his mind, sort of, but declined to provide specifics. Now, experts have described this military buildup in the region as significant. As you mentioned, we have learned that the USS Gerald R. Ford, that is the nation's largest aircraft carrier, has arrived in the Caribbean Sea as of today. Separately, there are roughly 15,000 military personnel on the ground, 10 F-35 fighter jets, as well as more than a dozen warships in the region. And we heard from Army Secretary Dan Driscoll a short while ago about the plans. Listen.
I think that the President and Secretary of War have spent a lot of time thinking about what is the best thing they can do for the American people. And I can speak from the Army's perspective, which is we have a lot of training in that part of the world. We're reactivating our jungle school in Panama. We would be ready to act on whatever the President and Secretary of War needed.
But no orders beyond these exercises at this point?
We don't
jungle
talk about those
school
kinds of
is
things,
so funny.
but we would be ready if asked.
They give them loincloths?
Now, I want
Where'd
to get into
where'd you go to school? Oh,
I
I didn't have formal education.
Officially,
I
the
went to
Trump
jungle school.
administration is going after drug trafficking operations in Venezuela, but regime change could be a side effect of that. And efforts to oust Maduro have proven elusive to so many administrations, including the president's first term. Now, if Trump ousted Maduro, that could allow him to claim some major wins. Of course, getting a strong man out and potentially an elected leader in, the possibility of enhanced collaboration on drug trafficking and migration flows, as well as potential deals in oil. Of course, all of this carries very high risks, and that is something that the president is now weighing, Frederica.
Okay. Betsy Klein, let us know more as you learn it. With me now is Global Affairs Analyst Kim Dozier. Welcome. Good to see you. So taking all of those alleged drug boats out and now doing these military exercises in the region. Is this a prelude for something more in terms of U.S. military involvement in or on Venezuela?
It certainly looks like that. What you see is a collection of forces, the kind that you would put together if you're going to do a series of airstrikes and strikes from those naval vessels on various targets across Venezuela. Most likely military targets, police targets, anything that would get in the way of Maduro being knocked out of power and possibly the opposition leader taking power. Anything that would challenge a successor's power. Also possibly they could just go after the drug cartels and various targets like that. That would give Trump a little bit more maneuverability because then he wouldn't be locked into a confrontation with Maduro and trying to get Maduro to leave power.
So if the U.S. were, if the ambition was to take out Maduro, that would mean that a U.S., whether it be a political or military planning, would know who the successor might be. Is the U.S. that far?
Secretary of the Army didn't even make captain.
I think what we'll be able to tell what their goal is by what they choose to target. Now, they could just be putting the pressure on the Maduro regime with this huge show of
in the
force
Army right
to
now,
try to get the various elements of the military to consider take.
Well, this job already is bullshit. I only have to deal with this shitty boss for 4 years.
Taking him out or replacing him. Maduro has already had to put down several coups during his time in office.
Oh, you're covering your
the
face
military is riddled with double agents from Cuba who are looking for just such cute coups in the
enjoying my
planning.
ice cream.
But it is also what you do to try to show force that would do something like the U.S. has done in Iran or in Yemen, a series of strikes that do a lot of damage but don't put U.S. troops on the ground in harm's way.
What is Venezuela's military equipped to, and able to do? Is it able to be in some sort of sustained conflict with the U.S., or is it strictly one that is equipped to protect itself?
Yeah, sustained conflict would be difficult. They've got supposedly 150,000 standing army, plus a number of small militias that back Maduro that would probably present more of an issue inside the cities in Venezuela. But that's if this goes to some sort of a ground operation. It is more likely that this would be a chance to knock out the system in power. And then, there's been a rebellion across the country that's barely repressed. And so the White House is probably banking on, if we push hard enough, that rebellion will surge forward, especially if people don't face the crackdowns that they've faced over the past several years of Maduro's rule.
Oh, interesting. And then President Maduro has most recently, while being interviewed by CNN's own Stefano Posaban, he invoked Libya and Afghanistan when he spoke, essentially saying to the U.S. that, we know what your track record is. Yeah. When you have involved yourself in any kind of regime change or conflicts, do you really want that here? I mean, that was quite clever, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, also, if they do a head-on confrontation with the Venezuelan military, the military is well equipped to turn into an insurgency.
America
very hard to take
not do
vast country
good job in Iraq,
larger than
which
Texas.
is like
it's got a coast of.
there's a lot of people who do the Vietnam cope, but like, what do you mean our track record in Iraq and how it didn't work out? Because ISIS rose, you know? Like, why do people act like the Iraq war, like, wasn't won? Both phases were. The, like, phase 1 ends with us backing the fucking Iranian-backed dictator, and then he starts a war that creates ISIS, and we have to come in and bail him out again? You know what? Maybe the policy in Afghanistan was like Iraq. Back the worst guy possible, and then try to bail them out.
Yeah, might be onto something.
Of 1,700 miles. And, you know, generally, decapitation strikes don't work very well in the past. But if they can create enough friction that Maduro thinks, I can't stay in power, maybe someone like Russia would offer him asylum. It would have to be something like that, that the U.S. creates space for people on the ground in Venezuela to take action to remove him.
Oh, and that serves perfectly into what I was wondering about, like, where would Venezuela find its support? Is it its oil that is the leverage for that country?
Well, Russia and China have been backers, and access to that oil is important for both. And Russia has given military supplies. In October, there was a large plane that arrived from Russia, and we think it had things in it like anti-aircraft type weaponry to at least frustrate any sort of U.S. attack. But we don't know, and this is all up to Trump. You know, he has promised his supporters that he's not going to drag them into another war.
Right.
So
those were big campaign promises.
So if he launches some sort of strike and Maduro hangs in there, that's going to present
Chuck
a
Norris
real
was
conundrum
big
for the White
yeah,
House.
if we only did it a little
What
harder.
they're hoping for is a quick win, and then
It's the same
Trump
with
supporters in
Afghanistan.
the
It's
Latino
like,
community in Miami, Florida, etc.
How much more
will
would
back
us staying do to change Afghanistan? You know, but it's just like, it's really no different.
No, it's pretty much back where it started.
And now
No, I
to the
meant
latest in
compared
the
to Vietnam.
rising tension.
Oh.
Objectively, the Uncle Ho was the better leader in Vietnam. That's the difference. You know, because fuck living under the Taliban, but like Uncle Ho would have been okay compared to like what the South was facing at the time. Because the South, like the Americans just only bombed the South. Even though they were at war with the North, they were protecting the people while bombing them.
Funny, right? And that's not even talking about how Vietnam went into Cambodia to intervene, and China invaded Vietnam.
Like the Vietnam War, just like it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why didn't you just like fly planes and just demolish North Vietnam? Like, what were you doing?
Right? That would have required longer missions.
You know, like
and not as many.
Vietnam is probably why they do the unrelenting force type openings now.
Maybe. Change of tactics.
With Venezuela, President Trump says putting U.S. troops on the ground is not off the table when it comes to possible military action against a South American country. The U.S. military continues to add firepower to an already major presence in the Caribbean. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata is in Puerto Rico for us.
The vast U.S. military buildup in this region continues. There are now roughly 15,000 U.S. service members in this region, whether here in Puerto Rico
so that was a
or
Harrier.
the Caribbean Sea. Here, we've heard from a local mayor, 1,000 troops are now at a base in sea. Members in this region. There are now roughly 15,000 U.S. service members.
Tell me that's not a Harrier.
So what?
Brother, they're talking about the fucking US.
So what? It's just fucking B-roll. Who cares?
It's
Nobody
a British
gives a fuck.
plane.
You fucking put a... No, like, if somebody's talking about a car, it doesn't matter if it's the exact car, put car on screen. You get it close enough. That's the rule. They're doing it right.
And they're hosting the Reaper drones, armed with Hellfire missiles. These are ones that are thought to be taking out these suspected drug smuggling boats, now more than
civilian
2 dozen of
boats.
them. The centerpiece of all this military hardware is the USS Gerald R. Ford. On board, you've got 4 squadrons of F-18 fighter jets. Here on the island, they're F-35 fighter jets. We've seen them taking off ourselves at the Roosevelt Roads Naval
They
Station.
did it again!
And there are ground troops here based in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's the footage they have. It's a fucking local affiliate,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on, no, okay.
They probably have the Harrier demos here. You know what I mean? This is fucking Miami.
maybe.
They probably have the Harrier demo, like, propaganda
But have a look
shit
at this,
right?
Have a look at this, right? And I'm being pedantic here. I'm not actually criticizing here. I'm just being a dickhead. But have a look at this, because we are looking at the B-roll and stuff.
Boats,
right?
now more than 2 dozen of them. The centerpiece of all this military
Gerald R.
hardware
Ford,
is
it's
the
on
USS
screen.
Gerald R. Ford.
F-18s.
On board, you've got 4 squadrons of F-18 fighter
On
jets.
screen.
Here on the island, they're F-35 fighter.
F-35s, Harrier.
but they did show an F-35 when he said that.
No, I know, and that's why it's funny that they cut the Harrier in.
I would have left the shot on a little longer before going to the Harrier.
Fighter jets, we've seen them taking off.
Right, and then they go to another F-35. I just find that very funny, knowing what the planes are.
At the Roosevelt Roads Naval Station, and there are
Nerd.
ground troops here based in Puerto Rico too. Now, this is all to bear down pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
Honestly,
President
this
Trump
whole
said
package has been pretty good.
weighing up the options of airstrikes, and he hasn't ruled out sending in ground forces too. At the same time, he said he's open to negotiation and dialogue. Nicolas Maduro himself says he's open to dialogue and remains committed to diplomacy. Elliot?
Tense situation. Charlie D'Agata reporting from Puerto Rico. Thank you, Charlie. And
Thanks, Charlie. Ooh.
Well, the Trump administration is ramping up the pressure on Venezuela. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. plans to designate a cartel he claims is run by Venezuela's president as a foreign terrorist organization. In a statement released on Sunday, Rubio said the Cartel de los Soles is headed by Nicolas Maduro and other high-ranking individuals of the illegitimate Maduro regime who have corrupted Venezuela's military, intelligence, legislature, and judiciary. Neither Maduro nor his cronies represent Venezuela's legitimate government. Well, the announcement comes as America's most advanced aircraft carrier arrives in the Caribbean. The U.S. Southern Command released this image of the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group, confirming that it is now there. Part of the largest buildup of U.S. firepower in the region that we've seen for generations. And over the weekend, the U.S. military released this footage of its latest strike on an alleged drug trafficking boat, killing 3 people on board. Since early September, such U.S. strikes have killed at least 83 people in 21 attacks in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. Well, meanwhile, on Sunday, U.S. President Donald Trump suggested that he could hold talks with the Venezuelan president.
We may be having some discussions with Maduro, and we'll see how that turns out. They would like to talk.
All right, joining me now is James B. Story. He served as U.S. ambassador to Venezuela from 2018 to 2023 under both Presidents Biden and Trump. Ambassador, it's good to have you on the program. The U.S. plans to designate the Venezuelan cartel de los Solos a terrorist group, and it alleges that it is being led by the country's president, Nicolas Maduro. What would be the significance of this change?
Well, you know, I don't think it necessarily gives any more authorities to the authorities that the president has been deploying against the narcotics organizations. Perhaps it broadens it a bit. It gives him a different definition of the organization that he's going after. But the president has all of the resources in the region to take directed action. This ramps up that pressure to some extent, so it's a political message as well. But in actuality, even without designating them as an FTO, I believe that the president has his belief that he can act unilaterally now.
Do you think that this show of military might, we've got the USS Gerald Ford there in the Caribbean, is that proportional to the perceived threat coming from Maduro and his, as they say, his narco-terrorist state?
Yeah, well, it's not a counter-narcotics operation. This is not a flotilla you put out for counter-narcotics. I ran counter-narcotics in Colombia for 2 years and then, or 3 years, and in the Western Hemisphere for 2 years. And usually you'd use white hulls, you use Coast Guard cutters, helicopters, perhaps operating out of a base we have in Curacao, these types of activities, working with our partners to go after these transnational criminal organizations. What we have here is something that is obviously overwhelming amount of force for that mission, and an overwhelming amount of force even for the Venezuela problem set. The issue here, the Venezuelans, do they have the ability to go toe-to-toe with the United States? Absolutely not. I highly doubt any Venezuelan pilot will enter one of their Sukhoi fighter bombers they have from Russia and go up against F-35s or the F-18s off the Gerald Ford, for that matter. The question really is, okay, we have this force in the region, now what? What is the next step the president's going to take? You've indicated they're talking about talks. As someone who's been engaged in talks with the Maduro regime, I would submit that the contours of that discussion should be about his departure.
His voluntary departure, or also communicating the threat that if you don't leave on your own reconnaissance, we will make you leave?
Well, I think that threat exists, right? Under the first Trump administration, he would often say all options are on the table, which was interpreted to mean military options in Venezuela. Well, now the options that are on the table are on the front doorstep of Maduro. I believe the implication here is that if Maduro doesn't take the proactive measure of leaving, that we could help him see the door ourselves. But let's remember, there was a vote that took place in Venezuela in July of last year, and overwhelmingly the Democratic opposition won the election, yet Maduro refused to leave.
Are you confident, Ambassador, that if there were to be an exit by Maduro, that there would be a political infrastructure in place that would fill a possible power vacuum that would be left by Maduro's departure? I mean, is Venezuela prepared for a chapter to end overnight?
Syria wasn't.
Well, one of the things that I believe is incumbent upon the leader of the opposition, Maria Corina Machado, and Edmundo Gonzalez, who won the presidency in the election of last year, is to lay out their 24-hour, 48-hour, 1 week, 3 month, 6 month strategy on how they're going to govern. Because let's remember that all of the institutions inside of Venezuela have been eaten away and destroyed. They're no longer independent institutions. So if let's say that we wake up tomorrow and Maduro's gone, Maria Corina Machado is there, Edmundo Gonzalez flies in, and now you have to deal with a few issues. One, reinstitutionalizing the country. That's going to take time. That's not going to be overnight, and it's not going to be linear. The second big problem is that Venezuela is a failed state. It's a failed state. They don't control their own territory. You have dissident elements of the FARC and the ELN, two Marxist drug trafficking organizations, FTOs, from Colombia, who are now inside of Venezuela, as well as the Cartel de los Soles, the Tren de Aragua, and of course Hezbollah and other actors operating inside. So you're going to need the military as an institution, the courts as an institution, to help you deal with the criminality and illegality in that country. That's a tough order. It's a tall order. And were I Maria Corina Machado and others, I'd be laying out, hey, this is what a future looks like without Maduro in the country. And that future is going to have a place for all kinds of political thought, not just ours.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Ambassador, and you're describing a man whose political power, whose hold on power is weaker than perhaps it's ever been, and yet he doesn't seem like he's about to pick up and go. I mean, we were talking in the newsroom, there was video from the weekend or last week that showed him singing John Lennon in front of cameras for the whole world to see. I mean, that doesn't look like a narco dictator who
he did the
is about to lose everything.
Gal Gadot.
And 4 days before the Berlin Wall came down, the Washington Post said our policies were flawed and we needed to rethink our engagement between NATO and the Soviet bloc, right? I mean, things don't happen until they happen, and then they happen quite quickly. Part of Maduro's strategy right now is trying to generate
quote, but we
sympathy and show support internally. He really doesn't have any. He claims that there are 8 million members of this civilian militia in the country. He didn't even get 4 million votes in the last election. I highly doubt he has 8 million supporters in the country. He also is trying to generate the sympathy of the regional governments, such as President Lula in Brazil and President Petro in Colombia. And I understand that. He wants us to look like poor Venezuelans against the empire, as he likes to call us. But the fact of the matter is, he's been waging war against his own people for over a decade. And that's on him. And so he can go out and try to generate the support and generate this sympathy and make these kinds of overtures. But I don't think that really underscores the fact that he believes he's comfortable where he is right now. I certainly wouldn't be comfortable where I am.
You have seen the U.S. go back and forth on Venezuela, from the carrot to the stick, if you will. And there are some who say that mixing sanctions and concessions has produced total mistrust of America by Venezuela, which is the opposite of what Washington would want. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I guess the premise is a little flawed because the opposition in Venezuela has engaged in negotiations with the regime multiple times. They've had the Vatican involved, Norway involved, Barbados involved, Mexico involved, United States involved. And there's no trust in the idea that somehow the democratic opposition has to give up space in its belief in the fundamentals of liberty in order to generate some kind of an agreement with a dictatorial regime. I think that begs the question a little bit. The fact of the matter is that people have already spoken. So the fact that now Maduro is trying to negotiate, this is a case of him, you can either call it kick the can down the road or Lucy in the football. And I think everybody's tired of being Charlie Brown trying to kick that football. He only wants to negotiate. For him, it's a monologue which says, hey, I'm going to stay in power whether or not you like it. Let's just negotiate how I'm going to stay in power. I think that's a flawed approach.
Ambassador, good to have you on the program. We're certainly appreciative of your valuable insights, too, into what is happening there in South America, in Venezuela. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Reuters' visual investigation has found that the United States military is upgrading a long-abandoned former Cold War naval base in the Caribbean. Officials and experts say it could mean the U.S. is preparing for possible action inside Venezuela. So why is the U.S. restoring the base now?
This is not something that the region is accustomed to seeing.
Ryan Berg is director of the Americas program and head of the Future of Venezuela initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
I think this is happening now for a number of reasons. First, the Trump administration is very keen to demonstrate that they are implementing a new paradigm when it comes to dealing with counter-narcotics. No longer is the U.S. Coast Guard the lead operator in these missions, but the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force have been brought in to support and in many ways take over these missions. And I think that that new paradigm is there because the administration is keen to show that foreign terrorist organization designations for cartels in Latin America have consequences, in this case, lethal consequences.
Since early September, the U.S. has carried out at least 14 strikes against alleged drug vessels in the Caribbean and Pacific, killing more than 60 people.
Did I make them understand how big, truly big my penis is?
At Puerto Rico's Roosevelt Roads Naval Base. The Navy withdrew from the facility more than 20 years ago in 2004. Before that, it was one of the biggest U.S. naval stations in the world.
Damn.
One U.S. official told Reuters the base occupies a strategic location and offers a large amount of space for gathering equipment.
Construction activity was underway on September 17th. According to photos taken by Reuters, crews began clearing and repaving taxiways leading to the runway. In addition to the upgrades of landing and takeoff capabilities, the U.S. is building out facilities at civilian airports in Puerto Rico and St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Those two U.S. territories sit roughly 500 miles from Venezuela. Reuters spoke to 3 U.S. military officials and 3 maritime experts, who said the new construction in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands pointed to preparations that could enable the U.S. military to carry out operations inside Venezuela. President Donald Trump has also suggested it.
And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
The U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean began in August with the arrival of warships, a nuclear-powered submarine, fighter jets, and spy planes. The Ford aircraft carrier strike group, with roughly 10,000 troops and dozens of aircraft and weapons systems, is on its way from the Adriatic Sea. According to Reuters report...
Well, we've always said that a U.S. carrier group could take over a country. We might see it.
And Bangladesh on the verge of a new era of relations. For decades, the two countries have had one of South Asia's most difficult relationships, marked by conflict and mistrust. And yet, something unexpected now seems to be happening. After years of distance and amidst significant
we are a superpower, but we do not have super
the two
patience.
Countries appear to be moving closer together, with growing trade and high-level visits. So, what exactly lies behind this new warmth, and what might it ultimately mean? Hello and welcome, I'm James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict and security. Secession, the separation of a territory from an established state, is usually one of the most disruptive developments in international politics. Often accompanied by conflict, perhaps unsurprisingly, relations between the sides are almost always difficult and complex. The new country frequently defines itself in opposition to the state it broke away from, while the parent state, as the original state is known, may harbour feelings of resentment and humiliation. When combined with wide-scale displacement or atrocities, the legacies of the split can last for years, creating enduring diplomatic rifts.
That sounds dumb.
And yet, such relationships can change when political, economic, or strategic circumstances change. One of the most notable examples of this is the improving ties between Pakistan and Bangladesh. Their separation in 1971 was one of the most violent and traumatic events in modern South Asian history. And yet, more than 50 years later, the two states may be on the verge of a new era of relations. Sitting at the crossroads between South Asia, the Middle East and Central Asia, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is around 880,000 square kilometres or 340,000 square miles and is home to around 250 million people. Meanwhile, 1,600 kilometres or around 1,000 miles to its east lies the People's Republic of Bangladesh. With an approximate area of 150,000 square kilometres or 60,000 square miles, its population is around 180 million. Apart from being two of the world's largest Muslim majority nations, the two countries share a long history of British colonial rule. More importantly, for nearly 25 years, they were part of the same country, united by the idea of a single Muslim homeland in South Asia. And it's the story of the creation and subsequent collapse of this state that lies at the heart of current developments. Islam.
Do you reckon if the partition took out all of the Sikh areas and went around all the way to Bangladesh and had that little top bit so it kind of looks like a weird boot or a banana peel? That do you think that the Sikh minority would have issues with the Muslim majority? Because they both kind of look after each other's temples on each side of the border. And they kind of seem to have semi-okay relations.
I don't know.
It's kind of an interesting question. Oh, maybe if I stumble across somebody who might know, I'll ask them.
Islam arrived in the Indian subcontinent over 1,000 years ago, carried by maritime traders, Sufi missionaries, and eventually by the conquering armies of the Mughal Empire, which established Muslim rule across much of present-day India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. However, by the 18th century, this had begun to disintegrate, creating a power vacuum that was filled by British colonial rule. This in turn not only altered the subcontinent's political, social and economic frameworks, but also intensified a growing sense of divide between Hindus and Muslims. By the early 20th century, as anti-imperial sentiment increased in India, Muslim elites began to look beyond colonial rule, insisting that once British control ended, they should be granted a separate Muslim state. The problem was that these communities were not concentrated in a single region. Instead, large populations existed in both the northwest, now Pakistan, as well as in Bengal to the east. As a result, when Britain partitioned the subcontinent in 1947, Pakistan emerged as a state with two parts: West Pakistan on one side of India and East Pakistan on the other. While many hoped that their shared religion would unify the new nation, relations between East and West Pakistan were strained from the beginning. Although the Bengalis in the east were more numerous, political and military power was held by the Western elites.
Not a close enough settlement.
Tensions escalated as Urdu, predominantly spoken in the West, was declared the sole national language. To add to all this, the East accused the West of exploiting its resources, growing wealthier while it lagged behind economically. All this meant that as the East became increasingly disenchanted, it steadily pushed back against the dominance of the West. This all came to a head when the Awami League, the main Bengali political party, won the 1970 national elections with an absolute majority. But as the leadership in the West refused to transfer power, widespread protests erupted in the East. On the 25th of March 1971, the Pakistan army stepped in, sparking a brutal civil war that saw millions of Bengalis flee to neighbouring India. Confronted with a severe humanitarian crisis and seeing an opportunity to retaliate against West Pakistan, with which it had fought a series of wars over the disputed province of Kashmir, the Indian government decided to intervene. After an intense conflict, Pakistan surrendered in December 1971 and Bangladesh became a separate independent state. The violence of 1971 left deep scars on both nations. For Bangladeshis, the war became a core part of their national identity. Meanwhile, for Pakistan, it was a source of shame. As a result, efforts to establish a new relationship between the two countries were often slow. Pakistan refused to recognise Bangladesh until 1974. But even after the two countries established diplomatic relations, mistrust remained. For example, despite ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan, Bangladesh grew closer to New Delhi, which became its primary economic and security partner. Furthermore, other issues also damaged relations. Pakistan consistently refused Bangladeshi calls to apologise for the events of 1971. Meanwhile, members of Bangladesh's Urdu-speaking community found themselves ostracised. As a result, although there were occasional periods of better ties, the relationship never fully normalised. Instead, for most of the past 50 years, the two countries maintained polite but distant relations, with limited economic ties and infrequent political contacts. Until now. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please give it a like and perhaps consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Many thanks, and now back to the video. Since mid-2024, relations between Pakistan and Bangladesh have noticeably improved. Amidst growing messages of goodwill, both sides began to tone down their language over historical issues. All this has seen a flurry of diplomatic activity over the course of 2025. following China's hosting of a trilateral meeting with the two foreign ministers in August 2025, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar made the first visit by a Pakistani foreign minister to Bangladesh since 2012. These developments have paved the way for more extensive cooperation in other areas. For instance, amidst growing trade and investment talks, economic ties are rapidly improving. Indeed, recent reports indicate a 20% increase in bilateral trade over the course of 2025, with many now predicting significant growth in the years to come. To add to this, there are also early signs of expanding cultural and educational exchanges, marking a shift from decades of confrontation. So,
they got a production
what
boost
exactly
from communism.
has driven all this? In fact, it's down to several factors. The most notable development was the fall of Bangladesh's long-serving Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, whose Awami League government had maintained exceptionally close ties with India for over 15 years. During this time, Dhaka not only supported India's regional ambitions, but also collaborated closely on security and pursued major economic, transport and energy projects with New Delhi. Her departure has disrupted this long-standing alignment. However, it goes further than this. The fact that Hasina fled to India, which refuses to hand her over despite calls from the new government in Dhaka, has led to a rapid deterioration in relations between India and Bangladesh. All this has in turn fueled long-standing grievances between the two countries over various other issues, including water resources, trade imbalances and border disputes. All this has given Bangladesh practical reasons to look beyond India. Meanwhile, for Pakistan, all this comes at an ideal moment. With its own growing economic problems and shifting regional dynamics, including India's apparent détente with China, which has traditionally supported Pakistan, Islamabad has become more active in seeking better ties across South Asia. Improving relations with Bangladesh not only promises economic, political and diplomatic benefits, but also represents an opportunity to ease a historic rift with another key regional Muslim state. But while it's clear that relations are improving, how exactly should we read these developments? In reality, they can be interpreted in several ways. In part, it may reflect a genuine desire in both countries to move beyond decades of bitterness. More than 50 years have passed since 1971, and younger generations in both Pakistan and Bangladesh tend to prioritise practical benefits such as trade, education and mobility over old disputes. However, it also appears that the deeper driver is regional geopolitics. Bangladesh's political transition has loosened its alignment with India, creating new opportunities for diplomacy, just as Pakistan sees a chance to strengthen its position in South Asia. To add to this, China's influence in Pakistan and its growing ties with Bangladesh also create an additional external incentive for cooperation that wasn't previously present. But there's one aspect that needs to be treated with caution. While some may see all this as the start of an explicitly anti-Indian partnership, there's little reason to look at it this way, at least for now. Given its economic and geographic interdependence with India, and notwithstanding current tensions, Bangladesh can't afford overtly hostile relations with New Delhi. Meanwhile, facing deep internal political divisions and with severe economic problems, Pakistan's ability to provide a tempting long-term alternative to India is limited. While both countries may benefit from diversifying their relationships, neither appears either ready or able to invest in building a formal bilateral alliance against India. In this sense, the growing rapprochement between Pakistan and Bangladesh is best understood as a cautious recalibration rather than a dramatic shift. It doesn't resolve lingering disputes. However, it does show that even deeply strained relationships between countries that are broken apart by conflict can evolve and improve. The question, therefore, is whether this newfound spirit of cooperation can in fact last, and where exactly it will eventually go. I hope you found that interesting. If so, here are some more videos that you might find useful.
Very interesting.
Okay, raid time.
You're writing?
Yeah.
Okay. It's only 3, but that's enough.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
There goes that. Fucking tired. You rated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.